Okay. The echo has been defeated once and for all. Let's start it off with our favorite game. Welcome to the world of giggling. It's true that what must be done, if you know what I mean. I hope you know what I mean. Yoink. Let's watch the intro. World of Warcraft. I don't know why by my face is not moving. It is... Oh, it is moving now.
In the age of chaos,
Wait.
two factions battled for dominance. The kingdom of Azeroth was a prosperous one. The humans who dwelled there turned the land into a paradise. The Knights of Stormwind and the clerics of Norsha roamed far and wide, serving the king's people.
Something's wrong with my avatar today.
The well-trained armies.
Hello, fake Alec Carl Parker. Ducks. It's true.
No one knew where these
Okay,
creatures
tell
were,
me.
and none were prepared for the terror that they
Fake
sparked.
Alec
Their
Kyle
warriors wielded axe
Parker.
and spear with deadly proficiency, while others rode dark worlds as black as the moonless night. Unimagined were the destructive powers of their evil magics, derived from the fires of the underworld. With an ingenious
Okay,
arsenal of
tell
weaponry
me,
and powerful
fake
magic,
Alec Kyle
these
Parker,
two
if you have
forces
heard about an
combined
organization
intellect,
called...
and brute strength,
And you tell me
with
what
the
you
victor
think of it.
claiming dominance over the whole of
If we should
Azeroth.
look over it on
Welcome
stream at
to
some
the
point.
world of
The
Warcraft.
organization is called... The Zapatistas. You know about them? Do you know about the Zapatistas? I've been told that it's an organization that lives by the principles of the Mexican independence revolution. Is that true? Okay. So we should look into it, right? Okay, we will look into it, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I must tell you that I'm really enjoying
In the age
our
of chaos,
deep dive into Mexican history, you know?
the kingdom of Azeroth was a prosperous one. The humans
Mexico
were
is such a fascinating country and I know so little about it.
and the clerics of Norsha Abbey roamed far and wide, serving the king's people.
Like
with
such
justice.
I'm so happy you gave me that challenge.
The lasting peace
We ended up in so many great places. I think this is the best challenge you've given
no
me.
one knew
I
where
think
these
this is the best
creatures
one.
were,
This has got to be
and
the
none
best
were
challenge.
prepared for the terror that they sparked.
You know?
Their warriors
My
wielded
favorite.
axe and spear with
Definitely.
deadly proficiency, while others rode dark worlds as black as the moonless night. Unimagined were the destructive powers of their evil magics, derived from the fires of the underworld. With an ingenious arsenal of weaponry,
I don't know what
and
happened
magic,
to the...
these two forces collide in a contest of cunning, intellect, and brute strength, with the victor claiming dominance over the whole of Azeroth. Welcome to the world of Warcraft.
Huh. I see. Mm-hmm. But weren't the Black Panthers good organization? Weren't they a good org? Can you explain it to me? Wait, I need to. Where's. Okay, I'm ready to do a mission. Load existing game, single player. Orc 1. I see, more complex. Okay. Glook. Daboo. You should play the game a little bit just as the game, you know, because sounds of a game are actually like an integral part of gaming, right? Music, sounds, glooks, the glooks of the game. Wahaha. Wahaha. Daboo. Or Deboo. Daboo. Look Tower. Glook. Glook Daboo. I'm looking for a mine. Oh, I see. A mine. I yearn for the mine. I find it. Bourbon. Bourbon. Glook. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. Glook. Is the game audio okay? Is the game audio okay for your tastes? Or is it like to... Hello, Smokey Dora. We're playing Warcraft 1. And then we're gonna be jumping into other... Oh, Smokey Dora. Have you seen my face reveal stream? Were you able to see my face in my room? You weren't here for my face reveal stream. When I've shown my face, not my avatar. You did not. Well, the VOD is up. You can... The VOD of the thing is up, so you can, you know, you can look up the VOD and you can see. Oh, well, you don't have to be sorry about that. You don't have to be sorry for having a hard time. It's more complex for me deciding whether the Zapatistas are good or not. Too closely connected, you know. Well, we're gonna look into it, right? We're gonna look into it. Wait, I actually never asked. Are you from Mexico, fake Alec Kyle Parker? Shakespeare is from Mexico. A Mexican Jewish person. You know? A Mexican Jewish person. Ooh, the humans draw near. We're gonna have to kill. Okay. Well, you were born in California, which used to be Mexican until the US just sort of took it, you know? Which we also went over, you know? So it's sort of interesting that you were born in California, right? That is sort of an interesting part of the puzzle. I heard they were good. I heard they basically follow the... I heard that they are all about what the people that we are researching now were about. They sort of took on board the beliefs of the revolutionary heroes of the independence revolution, which makes me really hopeful for the organization. So I want to look into it when we finish looking into the revolution, because apparently the organization really ties into the revolution, which is very interesting. Right. Right. Wasn't an amazing challenge that you've given to look into those revolutionary heroes? Like, I'm really surprised more people, they are not more internationally given as examples of how heroes of the people should be. I'm actually surprised by that, you know, because they are an amazing example of what... Yeah, I can see why you said it. I can see why. Really amazing people. Great inspirations. I think tomorrow I'm gonna head to a bookstore, and I'm gonna see if I can find any real life books about any of the people that you've given me the challenge about. Bargain. Bourbon. Okay. We need one more thing. Two more things, actually. We need more farms, and we need a barracks. Stop poking me. Gonna build a barracks here, and then we're gonna build a farm here. That's the plan for now. What a donut-like building. The reaction speed is so slow for these. Okay, so we are here. The barracks are almost complete. We're gonna do a few things today. Oh, there is a thing that I really want to go through today. Okay, I know. All right, we're gonna do it. Actually, really, okay. All right, we're doing it. We are so doing it. Oh, more lumber. I blame white supremacy for people like Panchalia not being as well known as Stalin. Yeah. I mean, Miguel Hidalgo was an actual inspirational hero, and Stalin was a murderer. You know? Stalin was just a monstrous murderer, and Miguel Hidalgo was an inspirational revolutionary leader who who empowered indigenous people and the poor. Like, there's just no comparison. It's not even a contest between them. This is why we must all remember the date. God, I think it was it September, the 16th of September? I know it was 1810. The Cry of Dolores, 6 a.m. Cry of Dolores. Very important date. We should commit it to memory. Every one of us must all remember about the Cry of Dolores. Oh no. A movie scene. Oh no. That sucks. That sucks. I'm sorry. I hope you'll get a better, hope you'll get a full scene next time. Would be really nice if you get a full scene next time. I'm full on into Mexican history now. It's really... I'm shocked I've lived so long without knowing anything about it. Oh, love. Okay. Love. Romance. My gosh. The butterflies in your stomach. That is very nice. It's very nice to fall in love. Ooh. That is also very nice to hear. The so-called majówka in Polish. Well, I've had a great majówka as well. I visited my mom. We had a very fun time. Next to her rehab center, there's a nice coffee place, and we drink coffee and we talk about various things. Oh. Oh no. Damn. Why would she break up with you? Damn. That sucks. I know the hardships of love. I do know them well. Yeah, you don't have to go into details if you don't want to. Okay, we're gonna do something really special soon. Be prepared for a debate. Be prepared for a debate. Speaking of Stalin, be prepared. 'Cause we're about to get into a debate. Debate time. Oh, someone added me to. All right. That's good. That is nice. It's always important to do that. Okay. I did all I could. Yeah. You have done all you could. And now I'm gonna do all that I can. I'm gonna retitle. Oh, I'm gonna share the thing. Oh no. The humans are drawing near just as I'm going to. My god, just as I go to share the stream. What a curse. What a nightmare. Oh no, Footman, what a nightmare. As you can see in Warcraft 1, the peons did not have any ability to attack. Okay, I'm gonna send it also.
Your command, Master.
Whose command? YouTube alert. Everyone. Boom. Send now. Publish. Confirm. My god. Okay, done it. The chat is extremely quiet today. Okay, let's go. Let's destroy the enemies. Bourbon. Glook. Taboo. Loktar. Ogar.
Your command, Master.
True. My command. And nobody else's. Archer. We turn them into paste.
Your command, Master.
Alright. A unit. Glook. We're gonna do the debate after this mission. How is the prison and Sunday card? Digger Y. Oh my gosh. The pathing. These units. So bad. Okay, let's go. Oh, Qatar Ogar. Luke. Luke says Luke. Okay, Dabu. Here we go. Uh-oh. Wonder if there are any enemies apart from that one. If not, then we're going home. Gee. Attacking my building. Is that the last enemy? Is it the last enemy? Wow, I think so. And that's the last enemy. There you go. It was not the last enemy. Oh well. Okay. Last enemies must be here. Ogar. My gosh. Bourbon. Okay, let's go. Being slaughtered here. These are the last enemies. You're the last. Which is good. You're almost finished. That's... my gosh. It's the worst pattern. Oh, double kill. Double KO. Ah. Mutual assured destruction. Mutually assured destruction. Oh, maybe that... Oh my gosh. Maybe that person will come as well. I'm looking forward to it. I am. My god. It's gonna be something. Hmm. Where are the last enemies hiding? Oh my god. What's with this map? What's with this map? I swear. Oh, I see him. This must be the last enemy, right? Alright. That was the last enemy.
Gaze upon the destruction you have wrought and the broken bodies of your enemies.
I will. That's a promise.
The humans are growing strong in Grand Hamlet. An outpost will be placed under your dictatorship to use as you see fit. You must then prepare and lead a force to destroy Grand Hamlet
Destroy.
and all that dwell there. Blackhand will brook no survivors. These humans must be taught a hard lesson in the ways of humility.
Yeah? Why do you think My Hero Academia is not good? Oh, green. The grass is green on the green hill. Okay, we're gonna make the game quiet now. We're gonna get into the main event. I'm gonna retitle the whole stream, not scream. I'm really hoping that that person will arrive. That hater viewer. The title is about to change. Also, link to the page while we're at it. There we go. I fixed my mistakes. I have oh my god. Do you mean the blonde explosion kid? Here you go. Is that the young blonde kid, the rival of the main character? The rival of Deku? Turning on the where is it? Browser on. A browser must be above res Warcraft 1. And made smaller. And we're gonna be doing, you know what? Dylan Burns live. Cray Cray Blonde. Okay. Let's go. Let's watch it. Reacting to Matt Biner's bizarre debate with Bad Empanada on Nazism. Let's do this. Let's jump into the analysis. I'm looking forward to this one. Let's go. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Erroneous stereotype.
Oh my gosh. It's been a while since I've heard this voice. You ready? You ready to get into this? You ready to be amazed? Should get more gigglers in here. All right, let's go. I'm gonna click here. No, now we're gonna click here.
Of Argentina, specifically.
I never
not
said the
just
word
South America.
Argentina. I never.
Oh my god. Oh snap. The erroneous. So, like, Bad Empanada is so defensive about Argentina, you know? The country that has done a genocide against its population, you know? But okay, Bad Empanada. Argentina is great. Amazing. Yeah. That's why we're watching this, sandwiches. That's why we are watching this. To sort of, you know.
We all know what you mean. You're an American. We all know what the cultural perception.
No,
of is
actually,
as well.
when I
You're an American. We all know what you really meant, Matt Binder. You were talking about them. Or as we all know who's truly behind the schemes, the Argentinians.
Oh god.
Bad Empanada had a debate with Matt Binder over...
I'm really hoping the audio is okay today, by the way. Why do you even choose that name? There's a joke we could all make about his name. I mean, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I cannot make fun of his name because he called me a racist. Did you know that Bad Empanada did a video about me? Did you know about the... I'm not sure if you're aware of it. Fake Alec Kyle Parker, but Bad Empanada did a whole video dedicated to me in which he called me a child predator and a racist. Oh, you saw it? Yeah. I was so mad about the name. Like, I don't know. So for now, I'm just not gonna make fun of it anymore. Interestingly enough, empanada is actually a very similar dish to the Polish pierogi, if you think about it. Although pierogis are more typically boiled, whereas empanadas are more typically fried, from what I know. Any other crazy thing he's called you? Oh, a lot of things. A lot of things. Oh my gosh. It's, of course, as always, it's all about the Holodomor. Because of course, he's a Holodomor denier. Because of course. And he's weirdly defensive about Argentina, the country that, as I've said, performed genocide against its black population. So,
The Third Reich over Nazis. I haven't been given a lot of details about this debate, just that it was spicy. And
Oh,
it specifically
God.
had to do with comments Matt Binder made about Nazis in Latin America after the fallout of the shooting, where somebody who's Latin American ended up doing a mass shooting in the United States while also having fascist tattoos, swastikas, SS symbols.
I see.
That's all the background I have, but I heard that it was extremely spicy, and knowing that there's a spicy debate, I found that it's usually better to know less than more, so you guys can have more of a genuine reaction. Some of the stuff is entertaining.
I want to
watch
have
a lot of the more spicy debates off stream. Sometimes I don't even watch it on stream.
a genuine reaction as well. So we are together in this goal of having a genuine reaction. I prefer tacos. Oh, well, I've never had a taco. I've never eaten a taco in my life. I should, but they don't sell taco. Oh, maybe they do. Do they sell tacos in Poland? I have to look into a taco place and eat one.
But it's usually better when I watch it on stream for first time. So let's check it
True.
out. That's
You're
all
right,
the context
Dylan.
I have. So let's see how it goes. Also, I think I might be one of the first content creators.
Yeah, I've never eaten a taco. You should give me a donut so I can get one. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do something. I'm not gonna go to the airport to eat a taco. Is this what it's supposed to look like? Is this what they're supposed to look like? Is this a good taco place? Is this what a taco is supposed to look like? Or is this more like what a taco is supposed to look like? Dos tacos, Mexican grill. Interesting. Okay, del taco menu. Okay. Where? Hello, Mika 161. You mean dos tacos? I don't know if Del Taco is actually a thing in Warsaw. We have to look at something that is in Warsaw. You know? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Actually, how much is a taco? That's actually a good point. How much is it? How much menu? Okay. Okay, let me I don't see it. Agua de mango. Limonada. Actually pretty expensive. Okay, I promise to get a taco tomorrow. Can be vegan or meat. Maybe I think tacos are by default meat, right? Okay, I promise to get a taco tomorrow. I do promise to get my first taco. I'm gonna take a photo of it. Maybe I'll go here. I think I'll go to Dos Tacos Mexican Grill. Where is it? Let's see. See it on the map. Oh, it has a 4.3 out of. Oh, Tacos Park actually has 5 stars. So I don't know. This place has 5 stars. So where should I go? Maybe I'll make it dependent on the address. Jasna 22. Grzybowska się... Oh my god. These are all actually... These are all in very, very convenient addresses for me. Okay, I'm getting a taco tomorrow. Now it's decided. Like, I didn't know I had a taco place so conveniently. Wow, okay. We're getting one tomorrow. I didn't realize that I had a taco place so conveniently close to the center of the city. Okay. Now we're getting back to the real meat. Okay, we've gotten our positive thing from this whole ordeal, from the whole bad empanada debate. Here we go. The promise of eating a taco.
On the platform, definitely here on Twitch, to have caught wind of this. So hopefully it's good content. Oh, I know all
True.
the Loner Box Raiders are gonna love this, because I know Loner Box and Bad Empanada are great friends.
Oh my god. I mean,
All right.
who is a great friend of Bad Empanada? I would ask, I guess. I don't think I can name a person that's just a great friend of Bad Empanada, right? I don't think anyone likes him. Yeah, this would be in America. It needs to be in Warsaw, Poland. That's the trick.
Here we go. I'm live on my channel. I know Bad Empanada's live on his channel. Hey, are you there?
Yes.
Well, empanada? Who was empanada? I've met a few Bad Empanada fans. World Sandwiches, there's actually a true Bad Empanada fan that visits my YouTube chat from time to time to hate watch. So also it's empanada, it's not empanada, right?
Indeed.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, it's nice to talk with you. I've heard
Is it?
some about you over the
Okay,
years.
now I'm not sure on the pronunciation anymore. Okay. It would be nyada if the N would have this wave above it, right? I've got a bigger question, an entropy fan. Has anyone told Bad Empanada about the genocide that Argentina has done against black people? Has anyone told him about that? You know, the big genocide that Argentina just did and sort of, from what I've heard, bragged about? And just so you know, this is info that I've actually gotten from an Argentinian, you know, about how Argentina committed a genocide and just bragged about it and it got away with it. So I think that topic is a little bit of a bigger problem than just the Nazis is running away to Argentina, you know? The genocide that happened there. I think that's a little bit of a bigger issue, you know? Your correct original pronunciation. Yeah, and with the wave, you would like the I actually studied some. I've actually studied the. I've actually studied Spanish a bit. Maybe I should start learning Spanish again. It's a fun language, you know.
And
Plus, Spanish is, well, among other languages, is one of the languages of my new hero, Miguel Hidalgo.
it's interesting to finally get a chance to talk.
To
We're
chat.
I guess
Cool,
series of
cool.
events that brought us here, but here we are.
Here we are.
Yeah, it's okay. I have no idea who you are.
That's fine.
I'm just interested in using you as a proxy to make a video to talk about a topic so I don't have to make it on my main channel.
That's cool. I will
Okay,
say it's a bit
great.
weird you're not on your main channel because you had promoted.
I don't stream on my
how-
main channel.
Yeah, I get it, but you had told me that you have 10 times the viewers that I have. But
Yeah, you get like 1,000 views per video.
well, because they're just live streams. And no, I don't. I
Okay.
get like, you could check it out right now. It's like 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 views.
You stream on like Majority Report or something?
Oh wow.
No, I don't. I stream on my own channel. I got like
Who
29
cares about views? I swear. Is Bad Empanada making an argument that more views equals better things? I would not make that argument ever, you know? Popularity doesn't correspond necessarily to quality, you know? Such a jerk and none in the cool Vosh or Xander hallway, true.
9,000 subscribers,
Bad Empanada is not a cool jerk like Lucy is.
which obviously is much less than your main channel, but
Okay.
you're
Well, I'm glad we've gotten.
Oh, can I just say, there's nothing I hate more than like a dick measuring contest on the
True.
internet about who has a bigger audience. There's a
True.
million reasons why somebody might have a bigger audience than somebody else. Might be because you make much better content than the person. Might be because you're much smarter than the person. Could also be that you just talk about more popular topics.
You might
Somebody
just
could
be-
could be extremely intelligent.
You might just be luckier. You might just have more luck. There are many factors. Oh, I am very nice. 0. Oh, okay.
They concentrate on the struggle of the people of Western Sahara, so they're playing to like an audience of like 2 people in the entire world. So even though they're extremely intelligent, they know what they're doing, they're highly produced good videos, if they're not talking about an issue that is like the most entertaining or like or the most people care about, then it could mean that you're not doing as well. It could also be you not knowing your way around the YouTube search algorithm, you not making the best thumbnails. It could be you using keywords in your YouTube videos that make you get stunted in the YouTube
Right.
search algorithm. It might be that you're trying to transfer an audience from Twitter to YouTube, which is extremely difficult. It could be any number of factors.
Yeah,
Either
you're right,
way,
Dylan.
all of it's secondary to the actual conversation.
True.
But it does usually
pointless
mean
to
the
do the
tensions are
whole-
flaring, and we haven't even started yet.
Oh my god.
The
So
important-
sad.
Important details out of the way,
right.
yeah.
Well, you didn't know. You also didn't want to go on video, which was weird.
I'm on video on my channel.
on
I
your
just don't want to
end.
set it up.
All right. Also,
Oh, the tensions are flaring. By the way,
So sad.
I don't even really remember my quote-unquote history with Bad Empanada. I remember
I remember my history with Bad Empanada. I remember my history with Bad Empanada. My god.
once he called me like a fascist because I
Yes.
have American flag in my background.
Yeah. He called you an imperialist or something in a video on his channel. His second channel, I think. Oh yeah, he's made a whole video about you. I remember now. Oh boy. Oh boy. This conversation makes Banana look so pathetic. Like more pathetic than usual. I saw the comments.
Because I'm American and I love my country, and his
Gosh.
argument is America's done all these bad things, so therefore for you to love your country and you to be a patriot, that makes you a fascist. And so I showed images of like others in the United States who
Oh
have flown
my
flags
God.
before, like Martin Luther King Jr. and others. Are these people fascists? And it basically rolled into a larger conversation that went nowhere. That's the only interaction that I vaguely remember about Ben Empanada. I knew that once we maybe were going to debate, but then it fell through because he didn't want to debate the specifics of what I was interested in debating. He wanted to debate something else. Nothing really worth mentioning. All I
Jesus.
know is that he does not like me very much. He does not like me very much.
He does
And
not
doesn't
like
that I don't
anyone.
concentrate on the issues that he wants me to concentrate on.
He does not like anyone, don't
I just want to
worry.
do a screen share really quick.
I also know that he's had problems with loaner bugs.
You got problem with everyone. He's got problems with everyone. It would be easier for you to name someone he does not have a problem with. Oh my
Vosh,
gosh.
and just about everybody.
Yeah.
Problems with just about everybody.
Everybody, exactly.
I mean, do you usually
Ah,
show your
God.
the people that give you the time of day such wonderful respect as to not even
Ah.
put their name in the title or call them Discount Sam Cedar? Very weird.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Yeah, you don't matter, dude. I'm sorry, your name doesn't bring in viewers.
All right, that's fine. But you know,
You
usually
can use a
it's
derogatory name for me if you want.
your whole
Jesus.
thing of not going live on video was you don't care about the whole YouTube debate viewer thing, and then you're telling me that you put
No, I don't go live
Discount
on
Sam
because
Cedar. You put
my
Discount Sam
stream
Cedar.
is
You put Discount Sam
this is
Cedar for.
completely irrelevant. My
I wish the US was better. Well, you know, it's up to us to contribute to making it better, right? It's up to all of us to make places and spaces better, right? It's up to all of us to group together and help make places well better. That is my internal belief. Oh, and debate over. Pioneer just
stream is a thing that I do like 4 times a month
All right.
when I want to make some extra money, right? It's
It's all
not
good.
something that's serious. So I never set
how
up
cute.
video with guests because I have a guest once every 6 months.
How
That's cool.
cute.
Let's just do,
Sufficient
all
answer?
right, let's do this. I'm
Dude,
discount.
they do not like each other, man. The fact they've spent like 2.5 minutes on this. The fact they're spending 2.5 minutes on comparing view counts.
Sniping.
Why are you streaming on your second channel, not your main channel? Tell me about the cameras. Your title says I'm Discount Sam Cedar. Why aren't you using my real name? Like they already do not like each other. The tensions are already flaring. This is not going to
Yeah.
be a cordial conversation.
Discount Sam Cedar. Cool. Let's do it. And you are.
I never expect a cordial conversation with Bad Empanada, to be honest. I never do. So, like, whatever. I never do.
Bad.
I wonder if I'll be able to get a follow-up conversation with Dylan. I'd be talking with him on camera this time, not with the...
Bad empanada. Cool. Okay.
Okay, that's Enya. That's a different letter entirely. It's N, empanada. Anyway, we can talk about the actual topic that we wanted to talk about.
So much for you can call me what you want. Temple. So yeah, so much for that, right? You can call me whatever you want.
Which is just interested in your perception of the whole Nazi Argentina thing.
Okay. We should pretty much let people know where this all started, right?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Sure. So,
Jesus.
I believe you posted a tweet
sure.
trying to explain the Mexican American who killed like 8 people in a mass.
It always starts with a tweet. It always starts with a tweet. Empanada. A combination of the original name and the word piñata.
Mass shooting covered in Nazi tattoos with like a History Channel article about Nazis in South America.
No, that's actually not exactly what it was, but yeah.
Okay, so I do know the general premise of the conversation. Okay, I'm tuned in.
Basically, it was the discourse
Nice.
around whether people with Latino or Hispanic names, because the right wing was
Okay.
pushing this whole idea that this Mexican American could not possibly be a Nazi because of their their name. They were really focusing on the fact that they
Just
were,
his name.
well, his name and also the color of his skin, his background being from, a Hispanic, family and having a Latino origin. So they
Okay.
were basically saying there was an article from Axios, The Rise of White Nationalist Hispanics. And Mike Solana, who's this like right-wing VC, shared it and was sort of poo-pooing the idea that this could be a thing.
Oh my god, see, great minds think alike, Jazz. Great minds think alike. I should get a follow-up talk with Keffels, actually. This time on more friendly terms. I mean, it was friendly the first time, but it was born from a misunderstanding, so it was not exactly what it could be. You know what I mean? I'd love to have a friendly talk with couples. Maybe with my face on camera and stuff.
White nationalist
I'm ready
Hispanics, you know
to
what?
put myself out
So,
there.
as a play on
If anything, I would think in the age of the internet, I'm surprised that there aren't more people from minority communities in these extremist groups. I understand why there isn't basically any, like from a basic point of view, because these groups hate these groups hate them. And being a black person as a member of the Klan obviously doesn't make much sense. But
Right.
if you're extremely socially isolated, these extremist groups are going to make a beck and call to you, have an open arms to you. Definitely if they're desperate
Wow.
for membership or ears or anybody that'll listen to their cause. And so if you're socially isolated on the internet, which this person seemed to be, and you combine a few other factors to make them radicalized, it isn't insane to imagine that you can
Yeah.
have members of minority groups joining white nationalist, white supremacist organizations, or getting captured by.
I mean, anyone could be radicalized to doing dangerous and bad things, right? Like, nobody's immune to radicalization. Nobody is. Nobody's immune to that stuff.
Their ideology, because I don't even know if he's part of any official organization. He's part of but he does have the ideological tint of fascism. So there's not even anybody at the door
no.
necessarily checking him into any organization. But that doesn't mean he can't buy into the tropes, buy into the narratives, whether they be anti-Semitic or otherwise.
Right.
joke of, hey, open a history book. I literally found one of the first things on this was from a History Channel page, and so I made a joke about how you could even just look at it there, and the title of this article is "How South America Became a Nazi Haven," and it's basically a rundown of some very basic stuff.
Yeah, indeed. It's referring to a stereotype, like a very common stereotype that's used for two purposes. One is to legitimize American imperialism against the center.
I mean, the fact that the Nazis run away to Argentina is just factual. It's not propaganda, it's just factual. So, in that sense, definitely Argentina became a haven for the Nazis.
Left in Argentina. And two is to deflect from America being itself a post-war Nazi haven.
No, I'm not doing that.
And that's why everyone got angry at you.
No, that's why strictly Argentinians got angry at me because
that's why they got angry at you.
Yes,
You know why?
yes,
Because these people have never heard of this shit in their entire lives.
That's a problem. That's a problem. Then that's a real problem. That's a real problem.
What I'm saying is
that's a real problem.
It's not a problem. They haven't heard of your perspective.
Wait, so they're complaining about an argument that Matt Bender never made? Matt Bender never said, oh, I didn't want to talk about Operation Paperclip. And so instead of talking about Operation Paperclip, we're not going to talk about the recruiting of Nazi scientists, and we're going to talk about the Nazis in Latin America. He never made that argument. He never brought that up. He was simply showing that it is possible for somebody to be of South American descent and also be a Nazi. That was the only purpose he linked the article. So why do they have their panties in a twist? I don't understand where the outrage is. It seems like if Matt Bender said Operation Paperclip, what about Argentinian Nazis? What about Brazilian Nazis? What about Hitler's guys who fled to South America? Then it would be like, okay, that seems like a diversion, but that's not why he brought it up.
Perception of them, which come from a fucking musical.
No, I don't have any perception of them from a musical.
No,
I have a perception.
You do. You absolutely do. You're an American. You have cultural. Yes, your perceptions of things you don't know much about comes like everyone else comes through cultural osmosis. You don't really know much about certain things, and you have these sort of stereotypical ideas of what they're like.
You know nothing about me. Why?
I know about you're a generic American. You don't know how to pronounce empanada.
Okay.
That's about all I need to know.
Okay, so I missed.
The thing is about Bad Empanada, and some of it's coming back to me, is he makes very large assumptions based off of people's national identity or the very few facts you know about them. He'll assume what they believe. He'll assume what their backgrounds are. He'll make these assumptions and then make conclusions off them without checking with that person. A great example of this would be a while ago, he was saying that I was a foreign policy advisor for a state senator running for office, right? Now, that doesn't really make much sense. And he would even say this on Twitter. Why would somebody running for state senate even need a foreign policy advisor? If he would have did like two more digs into the ground, he would have found out that they were a state senator running for Congress. And that's the problem with Bad Empanada. It's very surface level of analysis. Definitely when he's talking about other people. In fact, I've never necessarily even seen him do that much when it comes to the actual politics of an issue. I've only ever seen that when he's making conclusions about those around him that he doesn't like very much. So I think a lot of it is very cynical, where he doesn't like this person. He thinks they're a scumbag because they politically disagree with him. And so he needs to find other ways to get at them. And so make jumps based off their national identity, jumps in logic, or leaps in faith and logic, in order to make conclusions about what they've been engaged in, what type of behavior they've engaged in, or what they're involved in. He makes assumptions a lot about people.
It's pronounced empanada. Like, give me a break, buddy.
Would you like me to provide you some academic articles about this exact stereotype and how it came to be? I can do it right now.
It's like basic history. Like, it's basic history.
It's basic history. What about is basic history?
What do you mean that there were? I mean, obviously
that there's Nazis in South America, and I assume that we are getting towards the idea that a lot of Nazi leadership did flee south into South America. That Nazi leadership did do that. I don't know the exact percentage of how much they went to South America, but that did happen. Didn't they catch like Joseph Mengele in Argentina? I'm pretty sure I saw a movie about that. Joseph Mengele was caught in Argentina.
Obviously, there are white supremacists and neo-Nazis and far right-wing extremists all over the world. All over the world.
It was in Brazil? Okay. Well, still South America. You get the idea.
Yeah, what does this American one have to do with Argentina, though?
Oh, I was bringing up the fact that, yeah, there is a such thing as white supremacist Latinos and Hispanics, because that was the premise of the article that I was replying to. That's it. Anything
it wouldn't really make
anything
much
more?
sense because
Why wouldn't it?
For one, Nazis who moved to, let's say, South America, they're not Latinos or Hispanics.
Sure, of course not.
Okay.
But you're acting like they didn't also decide.
Number one, many of them would still have would engage with local culture. Many of their descendants, just like many descendants from a lot of the Confederate settlements that were located in South America, would then intertwine with locals, and then they would maybe not be 100% Germanic, whatever, white anymore. But this is all secondary. This is all pointless to squabble over. None of this is the point that Matt Binder was making. His only point is that South Americans can be Nazis. South Americans can be fascists. And the fact that this person is of South American descent does not undermine that fact. Whether you count them in the Nazis that fled from Germany, or some of those who are South American and have just harbored these personal fascistic beliefs. Like, that happens.
We're talking about...
But, hold on.
We're talking about white people and brown people.
Hold on.
The guy who did this in the US was certainly not white or Aryan or whatever the fuck you want to call it, like the Nazis did. So
Dude.
Referring to that in the first place doesn't really make much sense, does it?
Well, no, it makes plenty of sense, because you're under the impression that, like, the neo-Nazis that, the Nazis that left Nazi Germany after the war or during the war and moved to South America, they didn't intertwine and mingle with the people there and have families with people there or share their ideology at the very least with people there. It's
Okay,
not like
like
they just... What?
They shared him with this guy.
I didn't say this. It's not like they just... What?
They shared him with this guy.
I didn't say this guy. Dude, you're bringing in something completely different because you seem to have misread.
It seems to me like you're bringing in something completely different and irrelevant to the question at hand.
The question at hand...
Well, Mexican mass
are there
shooter in the USA.
are there yes, and that's completely on the United States of America and its gun culture and its own neo-Nazi problem. But then there was a secondary discussion surrounding this whole thing about whether Latinos and Hispanic people can be white supremacist. And I
When
was
they're
just bringing up
when Americans use the term Latino and Hispanics, etc., what they mean is brown people. They don't mean like blonde hair, blue-eyed neo-Nazis. They mean brown people.
I mean, Latinos, I don't think you need to necessarily be brown to be a Latino, but I would assume that, like, the majority of what is conceptualized as the Latino community is browner than, say, the average white American, or what the American perception.
Oh my god, I was muted. Oh, I've been talking and talking and talking, and I muted. Okay, I'm gonna write. My model is not moving because it's frozen today for some reason. My mouth should be moving. Okay, I was muted. One more time from the top. B doesn't really stop to discuss anything. Seems like he often offers chains of assertions and not much else. You're correct, and you should join the page. That is what I said. And also, I read your question, Charlie. Is B saying Latinos can never be Nazis? Yes, that is exactly what he is saying. Because Bad Empanada is what we would call a racial essentialist. He essentializes certain traits of people of various races, for the lack of a better word, and he thinks if you're this, then you're probably like that. If you're like, yeah, that would be a form of like race essentialism, in my opinion. To say that this group can never be this or this group is always that, you know? Well, actually, Bad Empanada is weirdly defensive of Argentina. Even though Argentina actually did a form of a genocide against black people, you know, in Argentina, and bragged about it. As I know from sources, from my sources.
Of white is.
And I think you know that, or at least, subconsciously you should know that.
Subconsciously.
So wait, so
It doesn't
are
really
you-
make much sense to refer to South America. When
Subconsciously.
they're saying that, they're not specifically referring to the fact that he's a Spanish speaker or whatever, or that his parents were from a Spanish-speaking country or from Latin America. They're referring to the guy's perceived race.
Right, and I'm telling you that they assumed that because he was, a brown person with a background, his family came from south of the American border, that he could not possibly be a white supremacist. So I was simply using a historical fact to show how there's actually a long history of, this ideology being welcomed or accepted throughout the world, period, but specifically in this conversation regarding the surrounding conversation around what we were just talking about in South America.
No group is immune to harmful ideologies. There is no group that is just immune automatically from birth against harmful ideologies. It is sad, but yeah, manifest destiny. Oh God, Charlie. We've been going through the history of Mexico. You might want to check out the last few streams that I've done. We've been going through the history of Mexico. Now that's And we went briefly through the Mexican US war. God, so much there. So much there.
Shiro, thank you so much for the tier 1 to be sub for 8 months. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much. This is such a weird conversation. It feels
is
like
weird.
Banana doesn't have much to complain about, or he was ready for a totally different conversation. And Matt Bender isn't interested in having a conversation about like diverging or like not talking about Operation Paperclip. He simply was just trying to get across the point that people from South America can be fascists, that they can be Nazis.
He
and
doesn't.
just because they aren't of the demographic
He
background
doesn't.
of the typical Nazi doesn't mean they can't be one, or that that ideology hasn't whittled its way into South America through other means. It just feels like I don't know, man. It feels like Bad Panada is like grasping at straws already.
Gasping at straws.
At Dilbert's TV, according to Paul Manning, eventually over 10,000 former German military made it to South America along escape routes of
Yeah.
ODESSA and Deutsch. Brazil took in 1,500
It's
to
a historical fact. I'm sorry.
thousand war criminals, while between 500 to 1,000 settled in Chile. However, by far the largest number, as many as 5,000, relocated to Argentina. I don't know about the specific numbers. I'll be gullible and accept your numbers at face value. But I mean, I'm not a big studier of German rat lines after the war, but I am pretty familiar with stories of Germans getting caught in South America for having been involved in the Holocaust.
Right.
I believe that you were actually referring to largely erroneous stereotype of Argentina
I
specifically.
never
not
said the
just
word
South America.
Argentina. I never said
We
the
all
word
know what you
Argentina.
mean. You're an American. We all know what the cultural perception.
No,
of is
actually,
abroad.
when
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
you're an American. We all know what you really meant, Matt Bender. You were talking
True.
about them. Or as we all know who's truly behind the schemes, the Argentinians.
My god.
when I think of right-wing South American countries, the first country I think
Right wing,
when
not
I
Nazi. Right wing.
when I think of far right-wing, white supremacist, neo-Nazi sort of subcultures going on in South America and spreading there, the first place I would think of actually.
Well, take Bad Empanada is Australian. But I am aware about Mexico's. When was that war, Charlie Price? Oh, Charlie Price is giving us some new context. When were those wars? Right now we're still on the Mexican Revolutionary War for Independence. Give me some dates. Give me some dates.
Simply because of modern times, is actually Brazil. But you know, you're welcome to assume I would think Argentina, I guess, for some reason. Again,
Oh, well, that doesn't really narrow it down between 1519 and 1933. After all, till 1821, it was basically a colony of Spain, right? Zapatistas. Right now I'm reading about the pretty cool still reading about the pretty cool revolutionary leaders like the Miguel Hidalgo, who was apparently really pro-indigenous people. Or maybe you've got some sources that you can share, that you can go for on stream. See, it is good to have the Oh, Miguel Hidalgo was long dead by 1847, and Mexico was long destabilized by then. Okay, so from what you're telling me, it doesn't seem like the legacy of people like Miguel Hidalgo is tarnished, which is good. I can still like them, which is good. I can still like them. Nice. Nice. Okay. I can still like the Cry of Dolores.
I never say
Some reason,
Argentina.
for example, the very long-standing stereotype, specifically in American
He
society.
did
Yeah, that did seem to be the case from what I'm reading. Many Mexican revolutionaries advocated for Native American rights. Yeah, that does seem to be the theme that I'm seeing. That during the that the Mexican revolutionaries were for racial equality, for indigenous people's rights, for for those sort of for abolishment of slavery, those sort of things, which is great in my opinion. If Mexico was supposed to be built on these foundations, that would have been great. That would have been pretty great.
even brought up Argentina. In this conversation, he didn't bring up Argentina once. Now he's whining about a country Matt Binder hasn't brought up. What's the purpose of this conversation? Is Bad Empanada does he just need to complain to people?
Society.
True.
But
That
dude, you're
Argentina
projecting all
is
sorts of things.
singularly unique. Yeah, you retweeted people saying this. You literally
I'm thinking of Joseph Mengele. I think it was Adolf Eichmann, actually, who got captured in South America. I think it was Eichmann, not Mengele. Mengele was the experiment guy, but no, it was Eichmann that was caught in Brazil, I believe.
retweeted people saying this as well.
I didn't retweet anyone saying anything.
Both? Oh, that's bad, man. That's bad rep for Brazil, man. Okay, so it wasn't... Okay, so Joseph
Wait, that's not from me.
Mengele was caught in Brazil.
Wait,
Adolf
hold on.
Eichmann was caught... Okay, so it wasn't... Okay, so...
That's actually on. Oh my god! I thought that noise was on my side. That's on Dylan's. Oh god, Dylan, turn off your phone. Okay.
Man, that's bad rep for Brazil, man.
I thought this interruption thing was on my end.
Okay, so it wasn't... Okay, so... Joseph Mengele was caught in Brazil. Adolf Eichmann was caught in Argentina. Either way, South America.
That's not me.
Yeah, it was Argentina. Okay, got you.
Responded to
It's not me.
were Argentinians who came at me to try to say that there's no such thing as racism in their country and the Nazis never went there, period.
True.
And only in my replies to them did I ever bring up the country Argentina, and you're welcome to look through that because it's all right there and all your viewers can. This whole conversation is about you, Bad Empanada.
And Mexico has not upheld its promises, and many, including the Zapatistas, are actively resisting the Mexican government. Look up the rebel Zapatista autonomous municipalities. I will. Well, you do need to keep in mind that after 1821, Mexico found itself in pretty unstable situation economically, and then it was just invaded by the US, right? The US that first made Texas into an independent country through flooding it with illegal immigrants that were white and introducing slavery, and then basically invading and taking Texas as well as California, So I would say that Mexico was pretty screwed by the US. Yeah, but what is probably not a common pattern is being invaded and losing half of your territory to a neighbor that has to manifest a destiny. of whiteness and having a lot of terrain, you know?
Having a projection of something that didn't happen onto me. You
Ooh,
stereotyped.
projection.
I mean, that's what happened, buddy. I don't know what to tell you.
Projection.
Whatever you're gonna bring up, whatever.
Mengele was not caught. He drowned in a lake on vacation. Man. So it is all the way back to Argentina and Adolf Eichmann being caught. Okay, so who was talking about Mengele getting caught in Brazil? I should never trust my chat. I'll never trust my chat.
Oh my
again.
gosh! Don't
When
trust
you
your
brought
chat.
up-
I
when you
trust my
brought up
chat.
Nazis in South
I have
America,
a
you referred
DuPont
to a History
historian in the
Channel
chat.
article.
I trust my
This is the
chat.
History Channel, by the way. The History Channel is notorious for like making documentaries where they claim to have found Adolf Hitler alive in Argentina. They've made like 4 of those. So
They do
My
make
gosh.
a lot of mockumentaries.
History
Mockumentaries.
Channel article specifically about Nazis, actual like post-war Nazis escaping to South America. And we all know that when you say that, you're mostly referring to Argentina because that's where the stereotype is. But
He could have just been referring.
Mm, uh, I mean, the US did not exactly give any autonomy to the locals either, right? Like, the US basically just did slavery. The US explicitly made the country to be white, you know? So on that front, Mexico was far better than the US because the US explicitly set out to make the country white and Anglo-Saxon, you know? So by what you're saying, the US economy should have just plummeted and failed, you know?
Generally to South America. I mean, I guess Argentina would be under that umbrella, but he didn't work to like specify or single out Argentina. And I mean, is it not
Yeah, but that would apply to the US as well, right?
true that Nazis fled to South America after the war? Is that, I mean, this is like, I mean, again, I don't know the issue that deeply, but I know that they were caught there. And if they were caught there, it's not that hard to figure out that they fled there.
I wasn't
Would admit
referring
that or
to
not.
anywhere. I
So
wasn't
you want,
referring
and
to
then you
anywhere,
deflect
buddy.
that now by referring to Bolsonaro, a contemporary Trump-inspired leader.
Yeah,
Is that
because,
right?
Because my point. Like,
So
I
you
don't
were
know how
citing
many-
a History Channel article to refer to Bolsonaro when the History
Again.
Channel article was talking about post-war
That's
Nazi
not what I said,
escapees.
dude. You do
My
you have
gosh.
a habit of talking in circles like this? Because not what I said at all. Number one, I said the use of the History Channel was part of the meme of open a history book. You could read it in my tweet. I even reference it. So that's why I
So it's
specifically
just
used
a
the History
joke.
Channel.
So you say open a history book and you
Because
use the
on Twitter,
History Channel.
everyone's snarky.
So you
just like you're
intentionally
snarky,
said
man.
something that you
True.
intentionally said something that is incorrect.
I think you're up to.
Yeah, what did he say that was incorrect?
Or no,
How
right.
did
It doesn't matter
so
if too
you're
bad
saying
empanada
that
was
there were
correct and what's
no
not.
Nazis that left Germany and found a safe haven in South America.
That's
You're
not,
saying
that's not what you believe. That's not what you believe.
dude, I'm telling you what I believe right now, and you can't accept it because you had your little,
Mm-hmm.
your whole thing, your whole
Mm-hmm.
little
Simple
stream,
question for you, my
your
friend.
whole little stream
My
was set
gosh.
up to tackle me on something I never said because
Uh-huh.
you,
Uh-huh.
Bad Empanada, misread the entire tweet, and everyone in the replies when
Oh,
you came at me on
gosh.
Twitter were telling you, dude, you misread it. As long as half of Argentinian Twitter that was coming after me, everyone was telling you guys I never said Argentina in any single tweet until
Oh my
I was
God.
replying. How is that a scapegoat?
Because you're an
dude?
American. You're
How
an
is that a
American.
Oh,
referring to
God.
a very specific U.S.
This is again. This is the problem with Bad Empanada. Is if he falls on every front, he'll just always fall back upon. You're a Yankee. You're this national identity. You're that national identity. Therefore, this is what you really meant because this is what Americans always mean. You dirty Yankoid. That's always where the Bad Empanada conversation goes.
Pond
to.
one
If you
and
corner him
Gala
enough
0.
more, he runs out of things to say. If there's no more substantive critiques I can make out of the words that Matt Bender actually said, now I'm going to try to make an substantive critique of the words Matt Bender didn't say, but might have said in a different timeline, in a space-time continuum. It's, in an alternative, like, Mr. Magneto universe.
Oh, God.
By the way, it was constructed before the war was even over. Mythology used to legitimize imperialism, specifically this idea of South America being this sort of singular Nazi haven, which is why History Channel articles
No
like
way!
that.
I
No.
don't believe South America is ever. United States of America, baby, #1 in bringing Nazis from Nazi Germany, and not only were they the #1 in bringing them, #1 in turning a blind eye or helping other countries also do the same.
Oh, gosh.
The United States of America knew all about the rat lines. That's nothing new, man.
They didn't just know about them; they wanted them.
In some
Either way.
instances, yeah, they help set
Either
them
way,
up. No
so
doubt
you
about
have
it.
a bunch of people.
I have
you
a
bunch of
comment.
people angry at you for spreading.
I don't think so. American capitalism was able to develop organically, and as a consequence of British mercantile policy, the development of sophisticated domestic market and industry, a bleeding slave economy, and an independent capitalist order led to America living a better starting point than Mexico. It's okay.
The stereotype. This stereotype, by the way,
It's not a stereotype if it's okay. It's true that Nazis fled to South America after the war and they were caught there. And then their catching of them, like Adolf Eichmann, was highly publicized, with him being deported back to Israel. That's just true. I mean, you could say that maybe it's overemphasized or it's exaggerated, and that becomes a stereotype. That's fair enough. I'm sure Argentinians get annoyed at that image of themselves being portrayed, but that image exists for a reason. That happened. It's not like, like only a dozen went there. Thousands upon thousands of Nazis fled into South America.
Right,
And we're
yeah.
not just talking about like run-of-the-mill, a German officer here, a German officer there. We're talking high-ranking Nazis who were highly involved in the
Of course,
mass murder
they were
of
the ones that
Jews.
needed to flee the
Operation
most.
Paperclip doesn't change that. The Soviets hiring Nazi generals for the German Red Army to train them and get them ready, and them getting German scientists doesn't change that. Nobody taking German scientists, German military staff, having German generals being involved in their administrative rules or whatever, anywhere. None of that changes the fact that yes, Nazis did flee to South America. And all of this is besides the point that, again, he's arguing against the position that Matt Bender never even put forward. And
I'm not an expert in Latin America. Latin America has had a long history of fascism and Nazism. Look at Brazilian integralism. It was a popular movement. Well, I know that Argentina has done a genocide against its black population. I know that much about Argentina. And Bad Empanada is really defensive about
he's
that.
assuming he put forward based upon the fact that he's American. That's it. It's just he's American, so you can't talk about South American Nazis. That's what this feels like.
True. It
specifically
is.
weaponized against center-left anti-neoliberal politicians in Argentina still
Dude,
today.
I can talk about
Why?
the
Why?
fact that-
I'm sorry if I'm going to hold my judgment back of Matt Bender bringing this up in order to undermine the center left in South America, that he was bringing up Nazis that fled to South America after World War II in order to undermine the South American left. Was it that, Or can we look at the context
Right.
of the conversation and see that he was countering a
Well,
claim that
you know what my specialty is? My specialty is the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. But I did receive a challenge to do a research about the Mexico revolutionary heroes in, you know, so I'm doing that, certainly. So I'm gonna do that.
somebody who is of South American descent cannot be a Nazi.
Why
Right.
can't they be angry about that exactly? Like,
I mean, if they want to be
when-
angry about that, that's a
like,
really
you
weird to me.
you said to
That's
me, I
really
believe
weird
that
to me.
it was wrong for me to say that this idea that you're spreading is imperialism. Apparently, how is that wrong for me to say that?
How is that imperialism for me to just simply state a historical fact?
Well,
that
for
there
one,
were-
God.
Okay.
for one, this idea of there being a
Historical
special
facts.
Nazi haven in Argentina comes from before the war ended. It comes directly from the U.S. government. They literally released a book all around the world warning of the threat of the Fourth Reich in Argentina called the Blue Book.
Right,
And from
right.
that,
Kisses and
that
cuddles,
spawned the
true.
musical Evita, which basically just spread that idea even more. And that's how Americans got this whole History Channel-esque idea of Argentina
mean, most
being
Americans
a singular
have-
Nazi
Oh,
haven.
okay.
Most Americans.
And it's imperialism for Matt Binder to have said the thing he never said about Argentina, but by him bringing up the fact that Nazis did flee to South America. Didn't even say Argentina specifically. He's playing into the American conceived, created narrative about Nazis being in Argentina, the country he never mentioned. This is so... He's falling over himself to try to craft a narrative to trap Matt Binder in. It's just
True.
not working.
And this
have
is an
no
idea.
idea about any of this.
Unfortunate.
Most Americans, as you can see,
If you
from
ask
the
any
current-
American, what do you know about Argentina? There's like a 50-50 chance they'll tell you nothing or Nazis.
they'll tell
That's all they
you
know.
they'll tell you Messi, baby, and the Argentinian World Cup soccer team. What are you talking
this
about?
is the
man?
sort of thing that it's weaponized. It's very easy to weaponize. So you think this idea is not weaponized? You think people don't say to like anyone who calls himself
I'll
a
tell
communist,
you,
"Oh,
the
you're a
most-
Nazi."
The most I've heard about Argentina, quite frankly, has been from other South Americans who have had bad experiences with Argentina.
Mhm.
That's honestly the most I hear about Argentina. United States of
My
America
God.
doesn't know Argentina.
careful.
Outside again of their World Cup soccer team. Trust me, no one here talks about.
Be careful. You might anger the empanada. Careful. Careful, person. God, this level is... The orc campaign is more difficult than a human one.
Evita or any of that.
There's certainly more than enough cultural osmosis for Americans to know about this Nazi Argentina stereotype, which is probably why all of your followers, just with that taken for granted ideas that they receive from this cultural osmosis, got very angry at me, refuting that idea.
But dude, are you claiming that you can't talk about the fact that there were indeed Nazis that escaped
Okay.
to Argentina? Is that what you're claiming?
Let me give you
can't-
a very apt analogy here. Let's imagine an African American politician in the USA is corrupt.
Sure.
Do you think it, and someone's like, Africans can't be corrupt? That doesn't make any sense. And you decide to respond to that by posting like the Freedom Institute's graph of corruption with African countries at the top. Do you think that would be like a thing to do that makes any sense at all and that isn't just reinforcing damaging stereotypes about other countries?
But that's not what happened at all. Let's pose this another way. Do you talk about Ukraine at all?
Yeah.
You do. And what do you think about what's going on with the Ukraine?
Oh,
Wow,
with Ukraine?
literally a complete 100% topic change.
Well, no, because I'm.
He's talking about Argentina, a
Uh.
country Matt Binder never even brought up. This is the topic change. Okay, whatever.
No, it's not, because it's the same thing you just did. You just brought up African American president.
No,
of the United
I'm
States.
making
What are you talking about?
an analogy.
And I'm making an analogy
to what you
I'm
did.
making an analogy.
Right?
To, I'm making an
What
analogy.
you
Oh
did-
my.
You
What you did
talk
is
about
take-
Ukraine,
is
right?
take-
Bad
Well, you just
empanada.
take someone who is a Latin American, completely irrelevant European or Africa or anything here.
Can't talk about Ukraine. He can talk about this like scenario of the idea of somebody saying black people can't be corrupt. Totally not a topic change. Him
True.
bringing it over on the Nazi issue, on the stereotype about Nazis
Copyrighted
over to
question.
Ukraine. Very
True.
easy to see where this connection is going to be made. That's not allowed though. That's too much of a topic change. He's got to shut it down. He just got to shut it down.
True.
You could
Shut
take
it.
someone who is a Latin American descended person in the US who did something awful, and to explain
No, you
that the
keep going
fact
back
that
to that.
a
You
Latin
keep
American
going back to
person
that.
can have his ideology, you point to the people in South America.
I
I'm wondering how
pointed
this would be
to-
different
I
to that
pointed
scenario that
to-
I just outlined.
No, because that's not what it was, man. The individual is
Oh my
completely
God.
like, maybe I don't know, maybe because you're not, you're from Australia, right? Maybe
Africans
because
can be corrupt, right? It's okay.
Wouldn't
Damn.
the example? By the way, as far as I know,
What a
Matt Binder never-
snipe at Bad Empanada's Australian roots. What a snipe. This is not good. Abort. 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 What is the point of this BS? Our entertainment. The point is our entertainment.
said South America was the #1 protector of Nazis of the war. He was just showing that they existed, that it happened. But I think the better example would be somebody claims black people can't be corrupt after a corruption scandal with a black person, and somebody's like, here's a history of corruption in Africa. That would be, in my mind, that would be the comparison here, where it's like, no, it is possible. See, it is possible. Here's
Oh
maybe a
my
list
God.
of examples of it happening. That would be the comparison, not
empanada.
black people are the most corrupt in Africa, is the most corrupt continent on the planet. It would be, well, no, black people can't be corrupt. Here's a history of black people being corrupt, or people from
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Jess has a point. Jess has a point. Yeah. Yeah.
This country, said country being corrupt. Like, you
Took
could do
my
that. That would be
turkey
the
for
comparison,
dinner.
not it is the most corrupt continent and, Africans are just more corrupt than everyone else. No, you would just show examples of it happening, which that's what his purpose for linking the History Channel article was, to show that there is a history of Nazism and white supremacy in South America.
So it's okay for me to refer to the corrupt Africa stereotype.
What are you talking about, man? No, the difference. No, the equivalent
My God.
would be if there was some sort of African mass shooter here who was driven by white supremacy or neo-Nazi ideology, and then me pointing to, there is a history in Africa of this. Just look at South Africa. It's the same fucking thing. That's the analogy.
Well,
man.
actually, the sensible analogy, if you want it to be like that,
Oh my
would
gosh.
be an African American neo-Nazi doing a mass shooting and then being like,
I swear, B is like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. No, I disagree. I disagree that his videos are Dr. Jekyll. I disagree. I stand by what I say, that his Dr. Jekyll Holodomor Wikipedia video is dishonest enough to make a Mr. Hyde on that as well. Yeah, I don't agree that his video are Dr. Jekyll.
this is somehow due to like this fringe neo-Nazi group in South Africa or something, which would make no sense because it's a fucking African American in the USA who's probably never even been to Africa in his life.
All right, but we are talking about a secondary thing here, and let me get back to my analogy, because you keep going back to the shooter, and that's not what this discussion turned into. Yes, that was the catalyst for this whole conversation that came here in the United States. But
I mean, I guess Manifest Destiny does have a clear connection with Nazism. You can say that, but his Holodomor video, no, definitely not a Dr. Jekyll. Definitely not. Definitely not. In fact, you joined the stream when we went over it, you know? That video was definitely not. That video was definitely not a Dr. Jekyll. I don't know why people, I don't know why ML adjacent people feel the need to talk on Holodomor. I don't know why people decide that they need to insert themselves into the Great Hunger discussion. I just don't know why. Makes no sense to me. But you know.
The main topic of conversation. By the time I got to it with that reference to that article.
By the way, I'm gonna post something in the chat for you, Charlie. I've got a special book that I wanna. Oh no, I'm gonna DM it to you. I'm not gonna clog the chat. I'm gonna DM it to you. Yeah, I'm gonna DM it to you. Don't know. You might not know it because it's a very Polish/Ukrainian source. I'm gonna DM you. You're the pond historian. You're the pond historian, so you need to be up to date with all of the pond historical things that I have at the pond disposal. We have to know what resources we've got when it comes to our history, okay? We need to know. Yeah, I was sent this by the... Well, technically my father was sent this by the Polish National Institute because for some reason the institute keeps sending new books to my father post-mortem, and I think they will do it forever, which means that I just keep getting new history books all the time in regular packages. So that's a bit of a trivia that my history well, my father was not exactly a professor, but he was a bit of a public figure, so it's understandable that he was getting those. He was involved with the institute and stuff like that. But yeah, it's really nice because it means that my collection is ever growing, but oh god, I made a mistake. But it also means that unfortunately it also means you cannot build oh gosh. It also means that I keep getting new books and there's only so much time to read them all, you know? That's a
Was
big
strictly,
problem.
Can Latinos and Hispanics be white supremacists or neo-Nazis? But anyway, so you talk about Ukraine, right? And you talk
You
about
referred to it. We're not talking about Ukraine.
But you talk about Ukrainian. But we weren't talking about African American presidents.
You think I don't know how this works? It's like, buddy, you love Putin. I know exactly how this works. Putin
No, I don't think you love Putin. I don't think you love Putin.
It doesn't
But you
even
talk about
wait,
What
does he
the
actually
hell?
not see the connection? Does he not see the connection here? Oh, he's going to talk about a country being stereotyped as a Nazi country, and he can't see the connection here with Ukraine. He just... Okay, so he's stopping him from doing this analogy. He actually doesn't know what the analogy is going to be about.
I think Bad Empanadas is stopping him because Bad Empanada does the stereotyping of Ukraine as a Nazi country. That is the real reason why Bad Empanada is stopping him. Bad Empanada calls everybody a Nazi, Dylan. Bad Empanada calls our mutual friend Anastasia a Nazi. You know? Yeah, professors. My grandfather was a professor.
You
Don't
talk
really
about
care
Ukrainian. You talk
about
about
Ukraine right
Ukrainian
now.
neo Nazis, right? You talk about Ukrainian neo Nazis, right? I talk
Yeah.
about them too, right? They exist, right? Uh, if
I absolutely would not just randomly refer to like Ukrainian neo-Nazis in a
Is
context
that
that's
so?
completely removed from them for no reason whatsoever. No.
if someone of Eastern European background committed a mass shooting here, and they had some sort of background
Everyone
that
is a
brought you
Nazi.
back there,
True.
you would bring up. And in America, people liberals started to say, "Oh, they can't be neo Nazis. Ukraine is all about no neo Nazis there. That's Russian imperialist propaganda." You would no doubt about it, and so would I say that's bullshit. You could see that there's a history of Ukrainian Nazis.
There's a bit of an issue here, right?
What's the
We're
issue?
talking about Ukrainians.
I do have to just put out there that there is a much bigger, while that is true, there is a much bigger history of Ukrainians dying to defeat Nazism. 2.5 million were casualties of the Soviet Red Army in the quest and the fight against the Nazi invasion of Ukraine and the rest of the Soviet Union.
And then we're talking about Ukraine. In this other case, we're talking about a Mexican, and then we're talking about South America.
No, because
And
there
we're
was a
also
whole
talking about 80 years
conversation.
ago.
There was a whole conversation about Latinos and Hispanics all together. That was a
Well,
conversation.
that's an American idea, which makes
Yeah,
it
and that's
completely
what I was,
nonsensical.
and that's what I'm talking about, man. Maybe that's where there's some sort of misunderstanding or language barrier.
The misunderstanding, there's no misunderstanding. Like, you
Language
are referring to
barrier.
a stereotype that is used constantly to
It's
legitimize
not a
imperialism against
stereotype, man.
Argentina.
And
It
when
absolutely is a stereotype.
It's not a stereotype. It's a
You're telling-
historical
you're-
fact, dude.
it's
It
not-
happened.
okay.
Matt Bender, like in a few more posts, he was going to say, you know what? That country I never mentioned in any of my posts, Argentina, we need to invade to depose.
Two things can be true at the same time. Ukrainians, Latinos can be Nazis. Spoiler alert. Anyone can be a Nazi. You know? There existed Jewish Nazi collaborators. Nobody is immune to a horrible ideology. Nobody. No one. Okay? No one has racial traits that gives you immunity to certain ideologies.
Its Nazi government.
You're okay. It's a historical
now,
fact
man.
then when all of your followers respond to me being like, all Argentines have German surnames. Like, why is your father a Nazi? Things like that.
My
It's not a
gosh.
Dude, he's now just complaining about his Twitter followers. I'm sorry, man. This is just silly.
stereotype. 200 Nazi war criminals in Argentina. That is not a stereotype. It's actually true. Like, you're not going to convince me that these people know anything about what they're talking about. That they're basing any of this on historical facts.
I never threw down any number or any.
Okay, we're gonna take a look at the wiki. Well, yeah. Keep in mind that there is also the whole cooperation with certain Zionist groups with the Nazis and so forth. It's a pretty complicated topic. It becomes a pretty complicated topic. I see we're watching this debate. Yeah, we are. We're watching the best debate. The best debate in the world. Hello, Maya Major. We are watching this debate indeed. Unless President Sunday is gonna hop in here and debate me.
Obviously a stereotype. Like, I have fucking academic articles right here, fucking ready to go, fucking fully torqued. They've got fucking massive hard-ons here, ready to go, about this stereotype, specifically in the US and how it came to be.
So
it's
maybe you
clearly
should
a
have
real
found
thing that
someone-
exists, or there wouldn't be articles about it.
Okay, and the fact that Nazis went to Germany also is, I mean, Nazis
Oh,
from
damn.
Germany went to Argentina and other South American countries. Obviously happened too. Otherwise, there wouldn't be articles about it. I mean, what are you talking about?
We're not specifically talking about did Nazis go to Argentina or did they go anywhere
I
else.
feel like if we're talking about the stereotype of Nazis going to Argentina, we're talking about the stereotype. The fact of whether Nazis did or did not go to Argentina would probably be a large part in coming to that conclusion, whether it's a stereotype or not. No,
True.
if it isn't true, but people believe it, then that would be a stereotype.
So we're talking about a specific stereotype, the one that your History Channel article specifically referenced.
For the record, they did go to Argentina.
They did, yeah.
Even if I think like the idea that like, of course, are Argentinians today descend from Nazis, anything like that, of course, ridiculous. But also, I don't want to underplay the fact that yes, Nazis did go to Argentina and hide there, like Adolf Eichmann.
I
Yeah.
didn't even link to
Which
any
is-
fucking article, man. I didn't link to any article. I used a fucking
posted a screenshot of an article.
Yeah, because the whole point was just to point out that, yeah, there's a history of Nazis and white supremacy in South America and Latin America. You
The
wanted
history
to.
of
You were
Nazis and
so.
white
You were
supremacy in the
foaming
US.
at the mouth for some content that you saw somebody post that.
I
and
am not
read
foaming at the mouth
100
for
and
content.
read
Oh
100
my
pages
gosh.
into it. What are you talking about? You're the
Right,
one sitting
Charlie.
there prepared apparently dozens of academic articles, and I just threw up
I
the stream
prepared-
right now. I
Yeah,
just
right,
threw up the
'cause
stream right now.
If you don't like, yeah, like I don't know why you are like bragging about not knowing what you're talking about. That's not a good thing.
I never said I don't know what I'm talking about. I said I didn't need to prepare
haven't
for
prepared
this.
anything. This is like kind of a thing that
True,
people do
Jess.
and they're
You
not,
just
like,
have
True.
academic
consider acolytes.
articles ready to go
They know things.
24/7.
Yeah.
I like Empanada's defense now. Look, I have a bunch of links to articles. I mean, it
True.
doesn't matter if the conversation I thought I was going to have with you, we were having, because I assumed a bunch of things about what you believe. But now these things that are now useless to me, because the conversation I was projecting onto you is not happening.
Oh, well.
I'm prepared now. So now it needs to create something out of it. So now it needs to
I
be-
mean, it is what it is, right? At least he read some stuff. That's good, right? That's a positive. Like, I can make an announcement now. Now that Charlie is done with her thing, we can just jump into it and make a really nice pre-prepared history video for you all, you know? As a big cooperation thing. It's gonna be awesome. I also have to finish the video essay about gender affirming care that I started recording. I'm sorry for this sunlock. Let's continue. Let's return to what's really important. Let's return to Bad Empanada. He might get angry at me and make another video about me. Oh, he's used kiwi farms to hate on Keffels. Well, that's pretty low. What do you expect of Bad Empanada? I actually only expect the lowest of Bad Empanada. That's like no surprise there. No surprise there.
the point. Well, I was
Not at
prepared
all.
and you weren't. Well, yeah, if I went into a conversation to talk about a thing I never said, it'd be kind of hard for me to have sources on the thing I never said.
True.
You just have academic
I've
articles
researched these
ready to
things
go
before.
24/7. All right, that's cool. Good. Let's bring them up then.
I read
bring 'em out.
things.
Bring them out.
I
I read
read
things too, man. I read things too.
So
Ah, God.
you're trying to tell me it's not a stereotype, like this idea of like Nazi Argentina. This is
I
not a
love
stereotype.
it. I love this
Fucking
convo.
Peasants podcast, Billy the Fridge was talking about you boxing people in Creator Clash, like who you might fight if you did Creator Clash. Oh, I don't know who I'd fight. It'd be interesting because people are gonna go infrared. Jackson,
Yeah.
of course, like that'd be fun and everything. But I don't think either of them would ever agree to something like that. They've memed about it enough to I think show that they like the idea of that type of a blow if they would actually lose is too big for their ego for them to ever agree to something like that. But if we could find something that would make it fun, I would be open to trying something like that. Obviously, in the immediate future, it's kind of hard for me to agree to anything considering what I'm doing in Ukraine. But who knows? You know, training to box in Ukraine, if there's ever a country that can get your boxing smarts in line just spiritually, it is Ukraine, man. This is a country of boxers, man. Usyk, Lomachenko, even though a lot of people don't like Lomachenko, the Klitschko brothers. I mean, this is a boxer's country, man.
My
In
gosh.
the American psyche, it's not a thing. Is that like a correct assessment of what you're telling me?
Well, there's a history of, of obviously American propaganda for all sorts of different countries, and for Argentina, one of them is the United States of America pushed. That it was a Nazi haven, sure, because there is some truth into propaganda at times, absolutely.
So they pushed it because there's some truth in the propaganda, right? There's also some truth in the fact that African governments tend to be corrupt.
Oh, without a doubt, they are corrupt.
That randomly for no reason.
Of course,
in a very clearly problematic context that legitimizes imperialism.
No, how does it legitimize imperialism to bring up historical fact? I don't understand. I don't understand how.
How does it legitimize imperialism? How does it legitimize imperialism for me to say, okay, so Peron invited like 200 Nazis into Argentina.
Just 200?
Peron was a Nazi. Yes, 200. Ergo, Peron was a Nazi.
Oh, he had
people who call themselves Peronists are also Nazis. Ergo, the primary center-left force in Argentina are Nazis, and we should all hate them. That's how this logic works. It's how it's employed.
Matt Binder didn't bring up Perón, which I think it's spelled P-E-R-U-N. I forget exactly the name, but he was like an old leader of Argentina. Whether or not he kicked those people out doesn't even necessarily make him a Nazi. Maybe he collaborated with Nazis fleeing. I would have to go back and do the research. But everything that's being said right now, none of it was stated by Matt Binder. The idea that Matt Binder posting an article in response to somebody saying South American Nazis, never heard of such a thing. And he posts an article saying, yeah, no, they exist. That him posting that article was him implying the stereotype, what is being alleged to be the stereotype of Argentinian Nazis, therefore extending to Matt Binder reinforcing beliefs about wanting to do regime change in Argentina.
My God.
This administration that has been gone for like 60, 70, 80 years now of Perón and him possibly collaborating with Nazis fleeing. None of this was said by Matt Binder. It's all just things that like Bad Empanada built up in his mind about things that, Matt Binder believes based upon very little information. And so now he was ready for a conversation with somebody who isn't even real, because his image of Matt Binder in his head and what he believes about this, he just completely just built up in his head. They're ready for two totally different conversations.
It's very common. You've never heard of this before?
No, of course I have, but the idea, what makes you think that the guy who helped bring in Nazis from Germany after World War II didn't have Nazi sympathies and feel for these people?
Do you think that like the people in, let's say, hypothetically, because Perón was a very FDR-like leader. Obviously, FDR died before the war was over, but what happened in the US would have happened if he was still the president afterwards.
Sure.
Let's say, hypothetically, FDR had survived the war. He was the one who happened to be in power when the US invited all the Nazis. Does that make him a Nazi?
Yeah, I would say if he brought in Nazis, it would have been really bad for him. Yeah, I think
it doesn't make him a Nazi. I do think that is reductionist, but I also don't think that that Perón bringing in Nazis necessarily means that he should be like, oh, we need to wipe that crime away. We need to wipe away the fact that some of the worst Nazis who were involved in extermination were accepted into his country. Like, oh, we just ignored that. Like, it's one thing to say, well, we don't know that he was a Nazi. We don't know that we're pretty confident that FDR isn't a Nazi. He fought a war against the Nazis. Perón never fought a war against the Nazis, by the way. But that doesn't mean we ignore this or we pretend this thing didn't happen or it didn't lead to his country, Argentina, being a hotbed for some of the worst Nazis after the war. The worst Nazis involved deeply in the extermination of Jews.
Right.
I think we could
ideologically,
he was
oh my God.
Between it being bad and it being like ideologically Nazi.
Oh yeah.
Because the thing is, when we're talking about like
what
a
is the
politician
thing?
and their ideology, especially a politician like FDR or Juan Domingo Perón, people who are in power for quite a long time. I think FDR was like 12 years, Perón like 9 years, at least the first term. You can look at what they actually did. You don't specifically need to infer things from, like their sympathies or whatever. So you can look at what they actually did and judge off their policies, their politics as implemented in practice, given the fact they were actually in, heads of state. you can look at that and you can judge whether you're Nazi or not. So given, Peron was very much in his economic policy, pretty much like FDR, social policy like any other, white guy in power
Dude,
at the time.
Perón was
Just
not.
like FDR.
You're trying to push forward that Perón was some sort of progressive hero. Is that really what you're trying to do?
Okay, can you explain, like, with some sort of reference to something that he actually did? Like, what do you mean by progressive hero? Was FDR a progressive hero?
Well, I would say for some people he is, and some people he isn't. I mean, he did
Economically,
he
sure.
was.
Okay, so I'm just doing a basic Google search on this because I'm
Oh
gonna be
my
honest.
gosh.
South American politics is not my forte.
Special.
Is not my
True.
area of expertise.
Same.
Let me just read you just like the first few paragraphs off of the evil Western dog Wikipedia.
Same.
After World War II,
Western dog.
Argentina became a haven for Nazi war criminals, with explicit protection from Perón, who even shortly before his death commented on the Nuremberg trials. In Nuremberg, at the time, something was taking place that I personally just considered a disgrace. And
Oh,
an unfortunate
no.
lesson for the future of humanity. I became certain that the Argentine people also considered the Nuremberg process a disgrace, unworthy of the victors, who behaved as if they hadn't been victorious. Now we realize that the Allies deserved to lose the war.
Oh my
Now, compare
god.
that to FDR, who actively pursued making the Nazis and the Japanese lose the war. I do think, there's a
Damn.
bit of a difference between FDR and this guy.
That's not
Just a
good.
just a bit of a difference.
Oh,
We can go a little bit deeper in here, but there's a big section of
damn.
what looks like
Okay. No.
one
Not
second. I'm
good.
trying to look at these photographs. Yeah, that looks like Nazi in exile, Nazi in exile, Nazi in exile. Yeah, no, they took they took a decent amount of Nazis. From the Reich. Yeah, no, this is not. I mean, I guess you could say maybe it's sometimes exaggerated. I would have to check more popular media portrayals of Argentina, but yeah, no, this is a historical fact. This is something that happened.
Yeah.
Adolf Eichmann's probably one of the most notorious examples of this. Oh my goodness, it
No.
wasn't even the Nazis. Many members of the notorious Croatian Ustase, which is a very fascist organization, took refuge, fought with Hitler, took refuge in Argentina, as
What a
did
surprise.
Milan Stradojkovic, a former Serbian
Shocking.
prime minister of monarchist Yugoslavia. In 1964, anyway, we get the idea. Let's continue.
All right.
Yeah,
Compared to
man.
what there was before.
Sure.
So, how is
Sure.
the
He
wrong?
also-
Is
he al- he
Peron
also-
was not
he-
economically progressive compared to what there was before.
Well, sure, yeah, but just because you're economically progressive doesn't mean you're just you're just
Exactly.
a
FDR was
progressive
also a
period, right?
racist.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. That's right. That's right.
so,
So
do
what?
you think?
What are you trying to say?
I'm
I
trying to
think,
say.
like, I think you think I'm somebody else. That's the problem here, because I got no problem
I
saying
think
that FDR
that
was,
you-
was without a doubt a racist. FDR was without a doubt very had.
Yes, the point is
What?
that I'm not trying to delegitimize FDR here. I'm not trying to attack FDR. I'm drawing a comparison between
Sure.
him and Juan Domingo Perón, who are very similar in terms of their.
What a discussion.
Okay,
What a debate.
so
This
what are you trying to
debate
say-
is
what are you
much
trying to say?
more.
I'm,
This debate is much more impotent than I expected. Which is because, I mean, I guess Dylan just made a correct diagnosis. Bad Empanada expected something else because he misread a tweet, and now it's just whatever. Well, that's because it's just this is getting a bit boring, quite frankly.
What I'm trying to say is that
Sure.
this guy, due to his
This guy.
sort of anti-American, anti-imperialist stance, and the fact that he was the first politician to ever draw his base from the working class and take some sort of action against the landowning Spanish oligarchy, the fact that he also, after that, took in a few hundred Nazi war criminals, most of whom he had no knowledge of. Most of
Oh,
what he
there were a
took
lot
was,
more
for
than a
example,
few
similar to
hundred.
paper.
And what was his beliefs about the Nuremberg trial? Maybe I'm misinformed. Maybe right before he died, he released a final statement where he was like, actually, the Allies should have won. And
True.
all those people did deserve to hang. Maybe he did like a
True.
last minute reversal, but I highly doubt it.
In terms of war
reverse
criminals,
Uno
there's
card.
180.
That was based on a what was like an Argentinian council. In
It
the
was
90s,
based
right?
on. It was based on a 2003 was the last revised report. 2003, essentially a convention of historians from Germany, Argentina, the US, pretty much everywhere, who made a list of 180 confirmed Nazi war criminals who entered Argentina in various capacities. Most
Okay, so we're just talking about when we talk about war criminals. Do we mean people who are convicted and their search warrants out for war crimes? Are
True.
we talking about just Nazis in general? Because I would assume there were Nazis who did commit war crimes, but there's not warrants out for them. I would assume there was also the families of Nazis and just regular Nazis who fled with their other Nazi staff out of the country. Like what? We're just saying convicted war criminals then. People who, like, there's warrants out currently for the arrest of.
of them were actually Croatian, not German.
Sure.
Ustase.
Okay.
So-
Nazis nonetheless, though. I don't really care
And
whether
then
they're
there were-
from Germany or not.
Yes. And
Oh
then
my
there were
gosh.
also scientists, whatever.
Right. Just like the U.S. Right.
Just war criminals? Got you. Okay.
This was a transnational network. Pretty much every single country that had aspirations to be something after the war did this.
Oh,
including the
I get it.
Soviet Union.
You're separate. You're saying specifically 100. What did you say? 158 war criminals. So the other thousands of Nazis that
180.
came in, 180 war criminals. The other
Well,
Nazis
there were about
that came in are not.
20,000 Germans post-war who settled in Argentina, and about 80,000 more who passed through the country to a different final destination.
Okay. I
Compared
saw.
to the U.S., that is quite
I saw
minor
that.
amount.
I saw that an Argentinian.
Minor amount in total number or minor amount per capita? Because America is substantially larger than Argentina.
True.
Researcher recently, I think in the past 3 years, 3 years ago I think it was, discovered a list of 12,000.
I'm so happy that
I
you
know, I'm
mentioned
glad
that.
you-
So
I
that's a
knew you- I
pre-war
know.
list. That's a pre-war list from the 1930s. The reason that we have that list was actually seized by the government when they raided a Nazi Party of Germany. What do you call them in English?
So, so let me just get this. Let me just get. Okay, so continue. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying. I don't want to interrupt.
So
Oh
that
my
list
gosh.
is of Nazi Party of Germany members from the pre-war German migrant community in Argentina. Right? It's not Nazis from Germany who escaped. And the reason that we have that list is because the government at the time raided their offices and seized it.
Okay, so so you're saying to me that there weren't that many Nazis in Germany because the Nazis that excuse me, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Thank you for pointing it out. That there weren't that many Nazis in Argentina because they got there before the war ended.
What I'm saying is that's irrelevant to what we're talking about, which is
Oh.
post-war Nazi.
No,
Nazi
what we're
escapees.
talking
What
about.
cope?
No, we're talking about
What you're
Nazis.
talking about
We're
is the
talking
pre-war
about
German
Nazis.
migrant community.
We're talking about
You're
Nazis.
talking about something completely
I
different.
love how none of this is even connected
Oh.
anymore to the
True.
original point which Matt made, which is already
Oh
been-
my
was
God,
conceded at
such
the first moment of this
dishonesty.
debate, is that yes, there are Nazis
Delicious.
and white nationalists in South America. They do exist, and being South American does not automatically make you not a Nazi. And the screenshot that Matt
Bad Empanada is saying that the Nazis that came into Argentina before the war ended don't count because of reasons. Because of reasons.
of the History Channel article, which he
Oh
posted
my
to show
God.
that they do exist. He was not using
This is
it to
great.
make any statement about Argentina, and he certainly wasn't using it to make any statement about Argentina's leader from World War II era, Perón, who helped harbor Nazis and Ustase in his country, and did not have the most favorable view of the Allies and or of the Nuremberg trials. So I don't think Matt Bender wanted to talk about any of these things when he
True.
posted that image. I don't think he was
But Bad
implying anything
Empanada
about
did.
Perón. I don't think he was implying anything about Argentina. He didn't mention Argentina.
Bad
and so
Empanada
people got
wanted to
angry at
talk
him
about
and
it.
were responding to him about Argentina. It really just feels like
Actual
Bad Empanada
nonsense.
wanted an outlet to talk about this. He even said it at the start of this, and I think that kind of gave the whole game away. What he said at the start. What he said at the start of this was that he's using Matt Binder as a catalyst to talk about something else. So Matt,
True.
who didn't want to even talk about this other thing, who never brought up this other thing, never talked about Peron, didn't even mention Argentina, is now by force trying to be turned into a catalyst for him
Well, I guess you're gonna have to find a different catalyst then, won't you, Bad Empanada?
to make a separate
You're
YouTube
gonna
video
have to.
about something that Matt Binder never even mentioned. And so now they, by force at this point, has dragged the conversation all the way over to an area
My
that
guy.
Matt Binder is not an expert in, nor has Matt Binder even ever mentioned in any of the threads talking about this topic. So now we're at this area that's completely separate from the original
God.
topic because Bad Empanada wanted to talk about something completely different, but needed to use this to hook in Matt to talk about this topic that I doubt he even frankly cares about that much.
I want to talk about like pre-war Nazi German migrant communities. Every single country had those. The U.S. had the biggest. The U.S. had
Right.
a rally of 30,000 Nazis
Yeah, I
in
know. We had
Madison
riots in
Square
Madison Square
Garden.
Garden. I'm in New York City,
1939.
baby. I know.
Hey, that was pre-war. That was pre-war. He's talking about the German-American Bund. And wait, so the pre-war list of Nazis to escape to Argentina, that doesn't count. But the pre-war Nazi rally that was held in America by the then afterwards and since banned German-American Bund, and they were banned for collaboration with the Nazis for being, you know, Nazis. Not to
True.
talk about even the Silver Legion or the other organizations. We're counting that for post-war? I don't know.
All about it. I don't deny it. I don't deny it. I don't deny
Argentina
it.
is a Nazi haven because
No, I didn't
the
say-
Nazis
nobody-
agitated among German immigrants in the 1930s. That's a very different claim to
Oh
what we were
my
talking about
gosh.
before. which
Dude,
was
they
post-war
held Nazi rallies in Argentina.
Nazis
They
fleeing to
held
Argentina
just like
clandestinely.
here in the U.S. They held Nazi
know-
rallies
do you know
in
who-
Argentina.
Yeah, there was a Nazi rally in Argentina held at the
Oh
Jockey
my
Club as
God.
well. There's the equivalent of Madison Square Garden in Buenos Aires. Do you know who supported that? Do you know
Go
who
ahead,
attended
tell me.
that?
Sure, go
The
ahead.
same oligarchs who the US then supported and
Dude,
who then
I-
they then
yeah.
supported and smeared Peron
Oh
with a
my
Nazi
God.
label. Isn't that
Hit and miss.
Okay, sure. Why do you keep acting like I'm going to defend the United States? That's just terrible,
Because
dude.
the entire
why
the
don't
entire
you?
reason
Why
that I
don't
want
you
to have
also?
this conversation?
But why can't you just say like why? Like that's the whole conversation.
This is
really
so
weird to me
weak.
because and this was the same thing I was experiencing with Argentinian people too, like sending me like video like images of like 9/11 and all sorts of American neo-Nazis and stuff. Hell yeah,
9/11 was
man!
really good.
The United States.
Did you hear that from Bad Empanada, by the way? 9/11 was really good. He was recently talking about on Twitter and other things. I vaguely remember this conversation.
Bad Empanada's ideal socialist utopia is how big its political and sexual incarceration is. Oh my God. Oh.
But his view of 9/11 is that it attacked the center of American imperialism, its economic center. Therefore, you know, maybe there is some moral justification to the terror attack. And now you can hear him saying it is very good. Bad Empanada is perfectly fine with these types of events as long as it's against America. From everything that I've taken from Bad Empanada, just about any action taken against the United States is a good action.
True.
Terrorism, it's okay. Wars of conquest, it's okay. Anything done against the United States is good because it is the center of global capitalism and imperialism. So no level of moral depravity, even killing innocent people in these buildings, which he says are not innocent because they uphold
Yeah.
the economic structures of the center of imperialism.
Nobody's
morally justified,
innocent.
morally okay for this to happen. I mean, you could use this justification then to basically kill anyone.
True.
Where
You
it's
could.
countries involved in any type of bad actions. You could use this to kill like janitors in the United States because those janitors pay taxes, which then go into the American military, which are then used to
True.
do drone strikes in
Kill
the
the
world.
janitors.
I could use this if I wanted to justify terrorism in like schools in Russia, saying the people who are educated in that school system shall then maybe go into the weapons manufacturing society in that country, that they have teachers there who are indoctrinating their students, and so we need to attack. You could use this to
Thank you,
justify
thank
any
you.
number of atrocious, immoral actions. But
Thank
it's
you,
Bad
thank you.
Empanada. He does not have a lot of strong moral axioms that hold him on the straight and narrow against the most basic of moral depravity.
True.
is horrible, dude. They are the number one importer, exporter of white supremacy and neo-Nazism. I'm just saying, it's super weird to me. It's super weird to me that when I just simply point out historical fact that Nazis were indeed all over the world, including South America, the
That's
only
the thing.
people.
The reason why people
see,
get
that's
angry
where I get
at that
weird. That's
is
why I
because
get
there's
weird
a
about it. That's
specific stereotype. You know, people. There's no. There's no specific.
Not all
stereotype
janitors.
about, like,
Maybe
the
we'll
couple
spare
thousand
some.
Nazis who went to Australia.
Maybe
There's no
we'll
specific
spare some.
stereotype about the hundreds of Nazis who went to New Zealand. There's no specific stereotype about the thousands upon thousands of Nazi collaborators in
Dude,
France. The stereotype is Argentina.
All those
So
articles.
that's why.
all
That's
the
why when people
articles-
see you posting
All
that,
the
they get
articles
angry.
say, all the articles you can find online all say South America, South America. Even the various different Jewish groups that I've
precisely
read,
the
that
point.
all from
That's
South.
precisely the point.
Because
There
they're
is this
specifically talking about.
specific focus.
No, it's not a focus. Yeah, there's a focus on South American Nazis when they're talking about South America. That's it, buddy.
You weren't talking about South America, though.
We were
And
talking
also,
about
They were talking about whether somebody
Oh,
of South
God.
American descent could be Nazi. And so that's why he was talking about South American Nazis. Maybe if the dude was Australian, then Matt Bender would be talking about Australian Nazis. Maybe
True.
if the dude was I don't know, fucking Japanese, then maybe he would be talking about like
My
fascism
God.
in Japan. Maybe he'd be talking about any of these other topics. But it was because people were trying to say Mexicans can't be Nazis, which is what we've been seeing on Twitter. It's what we've been seeing on Facebook. This idea that this is impossible, it must be a psyop. There's no such thing as a brown racist. What are you talking? Which is silly when you think about it, because I've always heard that, oh, what you think it's only white people that can be racist? That's silly. Now we're like, okay, here is a racist brown person, and all of a sudden, no, that's impossible. But that's what he was trying to refer to, that yes, people from South America can be Nazis. They can be fascists. That's the only point he wanted to get across. And now we're talking about Perón. Now we're talking about all these other things completely unrelated to what Matt Bender's original point was, because again, Matt Bender is only being used as a catalyst to talk about something else.
Latino and Hispanic.
I'm trying to explain to you why those people got angry at you. Because
I mean,
there is this
to me, I've
massive
learned.
stereotype
Go
that
ahead.
isn't that of Argentina being like a singular special Nazi haven, and you're not going to tell me that you've never heard of this before. There's no fucking way. Have you ever watched the History Channel? It's impossible. They run reruns of that shit every fucking day.
I actually
Like,
don't
it's a
watch the
specific
History Channel.
stereotype. We had a terrible childhood, but there is a specific stereotype emanating from the USA, which originates in the wartime US with the ambassador to Argentina creating this idea of like Argentina planning to harbor the Fourth Reich and create like the resurgent Nazi empire post-war. And from that,
Oh,
the
God.
stereotype, which eventually led to stuff like the Evita musical and stuff like that, spread throughout the consciousness of Americans, and it created this idea of Argentina as this singular sort of Nazi haven. So when I and many others...
If this is a normal conversation, can I tell you exactly how this would have gone? By the way, Rhizome, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Man created beer. I don't know what type of memes you guys are doing, but I appreciate the raid. If this
We should
if
get
this
more
was a normal
raids.
conversation,
Should
right,
get more raids,
between,
right?
Matt
Tell more
Bender
people to
and
raid me.
Empanada, this is how it would have gone.
How
Hey,
would it-
Matt Bender, yeah? I saw you link this article which talked about Argentinian Nazis. You don't think that the Argentine people, Argentinian,
Argentinians.
You don't believe
Argentinians.
this wacky little country in South America
Argentinians.
was particularly special when it comes to accepting Nazis, and then he'd be like, not particularly. I mean, Perón, maybe if he knows a little bit about Perón. I mean, Perón was bad on this, and this. And, he accepted Nazis and, he said this about the Nuremberg trials, pretty yikesy. But at the end of the day, all these other countries took Nazis too. And in fact, that is what Matt Bender said in response. At that point, the conversation should have been over. Because then he would have been like, okay, then all this stuff I prepared for, this conversation about the history of this image of Argentina, of all this stuff, it's all
Argentina.
useless. And then the conversation's over.
True.
But the content gods are the content gods. And if there's anything that you can say about
Content
Empanada is
gods.
the dude is incredibly stubborn, no matter how many times he's proven wrong. And so he just keeps
True.
on trucking. He just keeps on going until he can find something vaguely related to this topic that he can argue with Matt Bender over.
Saw you posting that,
Love it.
right? That's what we think of.
Okay. All right. I mean,
So that's why Argentines get angry at you, because for one, it is true, obviously, that there were Nazis in Argentina. It's true that there were Nazis in many countries, but it's specifically because it's literally a fucking History Channel article. Come on, it's referring to the stereotype using
it's
like
not a fucking
insane-
stereotype if it happened,
insane-
man. I mean, this is so
no,
ridiculous.
there
This
were
is so
not. There were not.
ridiculous.
Hitler did not come to Argentina. In
No,
a
I never said Hitler. See, you're now trying to put words in
Exactly.
my mouth.
That's
Hitler
the
never-
stereotype, though. The
It's not.
stereotype is
Everyone
like
knows
it
that's
takes
ridiculous.
It takes a grain of truth and exaggerates it to an absurd degree in order
the-
to.
Maybe he thinks maybe he's like the conspiracy. I know there's a conspiracy that Hitler fled and he didn't
God.
die in Berlin, and that he fled to
know.
Argentina. I never put any weight into it. Is he talking about that?
Why
Is he
would
talking about
anyone
Hitler
put
going
any
to,
weight
like,
to it? Doesn't
Argentina
matter.
At a you know.
It
a
wouldn't
youth party? I
matter.
guess you can blame the History Channel for giving that conspiracy any weight.
At this point, it
giving
doesn't
any
even matter.
airtime. But I don't think I think that less has to do with the American government, which has discredited the idea since like the 1950s. But I think that more has
Okay.
to do with the money grubbing
Oh,
nature of
God.
the History Channel, which has given up the idea of actually talking about history and more just
That
like
is
talking about
sad.
conspiracy theory and aliens.
That is
But
sad.
No. But you are
The whole
using the
History
absurdity
Channel
of
thing.
Hitler escaping Germany right now. But that's not what you brought up before.
I
Before-
brought
Dylan, it's called Argentina. Yeah, Argentina, whatever. Okay. Look,
Argentina.
okay, there's a lot of countries in the world. You can't expect me to know the names of all of them, even when talking about them.
Like I
True.
said,
I
before
brought that
you-
up
I
as
guess.
an example of how the stereotype operates. Like the reason why there's this idea of Hitler escaping to Argentina, right, rather than, for example, Hitler escaping to the US, which at least numerically, like by percentage, would make more sense. The reason why there's that idea of like Hitler escaping to Argentina and all of that is because of that stereotype created
All right,
and
but you were
spread
now
by the
you were now
Americans.
you were now trying to conflate a wild conspiracy theory with actual true
I'm
facts.
I'm
that-
not-
We actually compare per capita who took more Nazis. Was it Argentina or was it the United States? Per capita, because if you were to do like number for number, we're gonna beat them out, obviously, right? We're a bigger country, took much more powerful country, much more influential country. We have more we have a lot more motivators probably for somebody wanting to come to America and Argentina. But if you were to sit them down and you were to do a per capita comparison, does anybody know what would be bigger? I don't know. It could be either way. I'm just genuinely asking. I'm genuinely curious.
I'm just asking
I'm not
questions.
debating anything.
that
I'm using that
Nazis
as an
went to-
example
Okay, I
of-
don't listen.
of
Listen, dude.
this stereotype existing.
So we said 190 convicted Nazi war criminals. These are people who, these are war criminals. We know they're war criminals. I know that we took a lot of Nazi scientists after the war. How many of them were war criminals, and how many of the ones we took in? Because I'm sure we definitely took in Nazis after the war, and I'm sure some of them were war criminals. But what percentage were war criminals, and what percentage were, Nazis, which holder of a horrific ideology, but maybe they weren't convicted of war crimes? If that's the standard we're holding the Argentine nation state to, I'm doing everything I can. I'm very tired.
Argentine.
It's like 5 a.m. where I'm at right now.
Wow.
If that's the standard we're
Dylan
holding
always
Argentina to,
streams at
why
my
can't that be the
hours.
standard we hold the
We're
United
in the
States to?
same
That's the only
zone.
point I'm making. Soviets also nabbed Nazi scientists. Yeah, I know. Everybody nabbed Nazi scientists after the Second
my
World
God.
War.
Basically,
But if it's a historical fact that Nazis did indeed escape Germany, and
Oh,
even
I don't
before
know.
that left Germany or wherever they were, Croatia, wherever you said most of them came from, Nazis in Europe came over to South America, and
Somebody in chat is saying 1,500 Nazis came to America as 10,000 came to Argentina. But okay, when you're saying Nazis, do you mean German immigrants after World War II? Like literally anybody who was German who left Germany after seeing the ruins of that country and decided, I'm getting out of here? Because I wouldn't say that's fair to say they're all Nazis, right? And also,
knows?
the conversation that seemed to be about Nazi war criminals, right? It was that 1,500 like American, like we know these are Nazi war criminals. Those are people who are members of
Hello,
the Nazi Party.
Charlie.
Those are just like German citizens.
Hello.
Okay, this is something that we would probably have to revisit.
Watching
another
our
day.
best debate. Best debate.
It's a hard G like in
brain.
GIF. Argentina? No, I don't think it's
Argentina.
a G in GIF. It's
Argentina.
Argentina, right? Argentina.
Not Tina.
Argentine,
Argentina.
Right? Or is it Argentina. It's not Argentina. You're breaking my mind.
Argentina. Not Tina. Argentina, right? Isn't that how you read it? Argentina?
More. You're making me more wrong.
We are talking in the context.
Argentina. Thank you. But that's not GIF. Argentina.
Argentina.
There's more like a J, not like whatever.
But not Tina.
Discourse that was going on.
I'm surprised
of
Dylan
whether
didn't know how
Latino
to
and
read it.
Hispanic people can be Nazis and white supremacists, then I think it's very relevant to bring up just a basic.
What do you mean interesting seeing her here? Zoshelix Charlie is the official historian of the pond. Of course she's here. Of course.
Fact that, I mean, yeah, there's a history of
course.
Nazis and white supremacy in Argentina, in Chile, in Brazil, in Uruguay, in Paraguay, in you name it. It's all over the place. And that's all that this was. And if a bunch of Argentinian people got upset about it, either they misunderstood me, which that sucks, or I saw a lot of right-wing Argentinian people also going at me. They're trying to deny their history.
They wouldn't
which to
go
me is
at
a
you.
problem.
They love that. They love that. They love that. They say that Perón did it. Every 2 weeks they print a new article about that. They absolutely love it.
No, there was a few people who were denying it who definitely were right-wingers, sharing all sorts of...
His worse
right-wing memes, and they were
mispronunciation than
telling me
Vosh.
That never happened.
Gosh.
Again, this is a very small...
No, the right disagrees with me. No, the right wing disagree with
Oh,
me.
guy.
I hate the right wingers more. No, I hate the right wingers more. Sorry, man. Internet debates on the left, huh?
internet portion of the community, but I mean, in the same sense,
Isn't
I heard
Dylan
from
on the
people
left?
From Mexico, people from Chile, people from Bolivia, people from Peru, all bring to me their experience and them saying, "Yeah, there's white supremacy
Isn't
and
Dylan
neo-Nazis
left-wing?
here, 100%," and then also bring up how weird they thought it was that the only people who had a problem with it was Argentinians, who they say they experience racism from all the time in their home countries.
So you think it's weird that Argentines have a problem with you spreading this?
No, I
what
think
just said. This,
I think,
this,
I,
this,
I think
It's funnier that Dylan forgot how to say Argentina halfway through the react. Look, it's tired, okay? It's what time is it right now here in Ukraine? It is
Wimp.
6 a.m. It is 6 a.m. here in
Wimp.
Ukraine, okay?
Okay,
I
wimp.
feel like I get a pass. I should get a pass.
You don't get a pass. I stream at these hours. I don't get a pass. I don't give myself a pass. I give you amazing content no matter what the hour. I can stream for 12 hours, 30 hours, 50 hours. I always give you premium content, okay? Tina. Yeah, like Tina, Argentina. So you can throw me up. Don't know.
Of Argentina as like
I
this
think-
special Nazi haven. That's
I
what people are angry about. It's not this
Kinda
idea
right,
that
I
Nazis went
see.
to Argentina at all. Obviously they did. It's this idea that Argentina is this special Nazi haven.
But I never called it a special Nazi haven. I posted literally a headline that said South America was a Nazi haven. Wasn't
Okay.
even a special Nazi haven. Wasn't even the
It's a
Nazi haven.
History Channel article.
Yeah,
I
you just
mean,
said it
you
was
probably
great.
didn't
You
read
loved
the
watching.
article,
You
but-
said you loved watching History Channel. That's why I didn't share the article, dude. I just posted
Yeah, when I
the
was
screenshot of the.
11 years old, I thought
Well,
it
you
was
just said
fucking
how
awesome.
great it
I
was.
love
I'm the one who
ancient
told
aliens.
you. I'm the one who told you I didn't watch it at all, and I don't know what to tell you, man. You told me how great it was just now.
Oh,
I,
God.
mean, I don't know what else to tell you. This is sort of like a silly conversation because
True,
I
it
agree with you
is.
with everything you're going to say about America and how.
It's not. I'm not complaining about America. I'm not saying America is bad here. I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that
I
you
see.
could make that point for one in a way that makes.
But by the way, I have a hard time believing that the person who is fine justifying 9/11.
Okay, let's watch a cutscene and then I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. It is.
If only these worthless humans could fight as well as they die.
Oh my gosh, that's brutal. Oh, Dylan's been back in Ukraine for a long time now.
You are wakened from your night's sleep by a runner from the war chief. Black Hand's daughter Griselda has run off with the outlaw Turok's band of ogres. Our wolf riders have tracked them to the dungeons hidden beneath the dead mines. Find Turok's band of rebellious pigs and kill them all, including Griselda. She must not disobey the commands of her father, ever again.
Jesus. Unlucky, Griselda, unlucky. He is but might be considered moderately left. I don't know, depends on how you purity test. Okay. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. I do know that I like Dylan, so I'll be right back. Quick toilet. Invite more people in here. Let's go. Get more people in here. Quiet, but the chat has been so quiet when I've been away. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to rumble. It's 2 a.m. And as you can see, I'm still full of
Doesn't
energy.
have some part of him that's just like, of course, I just want to hate on America. But yes, this is another outlet for me to hate on America and just be angry at the Americans. I highly doubt it.
A lot more sense. And for two, without referring to a myth that is constantly used to legitimize imperialism against Argentina.
How do you bring up
I think
neo-Nazi?
challenging it
How do
is
you
better.
bring up Nazis in South America without you claiming it's going to be some sort of imperialism? I mean,
why bring up Nazis in South America?
I
in that
just
context at all?
told you, dude, because the context was talking about they were bringing up how there is a rise in white supremacy and Nazism within Latino and Hispanic communities, and people were denying that could be possible. So I simply showed some historical context in terms of how South American countries, all the way back in the 1940s and before that even, but let's stick with post World War II. We're welcoming Nazis from Germany and elsewhere in Europe to come to their countries and find a safe haven, just like it was also happening elsewhere.
Okay, so Mexico is in North America.
Right, but we were
apart from that, the explanation.
Are you going to argue that Mexican people wouldn't consider them part of the broader Latino or Hispanic community?
You said South America. I don't think most people consider themselves part of a Latino or Hispanic community in Latin America, no.
Logistical. He won a linguistic win. Bad Empanada has
Nice.
smitten the
Nice.
fantastic Matt Bender. It's over.
But
True.
Over. Linguistic win.
apart from that,
True.
Win by technicality. The best type of victory.
True.
apart from that, if you want to
Semantic
explain
win.
Latino,
My favorite.
Nazi, specifically brown skin
My
Latino,
favorite.
half
in the
my
US.
family,
There
family.
are much better ways to do that. For example, you can refer to the fact that the reason why these people exist now is because
All right,
they're all
now you're
radicalized
now,
on the
now-
internet,
well,
where
now,
no one
but this
sees
is-
them and they don't
but-
see each other.
But now you're like tone policing. Now you're going, oh no, you didn't say things exactly how I wanted you to
absolutely
say.
am tone policing you because
that's
you're
so
spreading
weird.
a damaging myth. You used to legitimize
damaging myth.
imperialism. You literally,
It's damaging to mention the fact that there were Nazis in Argentina.
Oh, damn.
be like,
Do you talk about?
if you talk in English,
He didn't even mention Argentina. That's the funniest part. This is all anger about a country. He didn't even mention it in the original.
Amazing
only
debate.
for like some fucking center-left Biden-esque, like fucking
Oh,
lesser evil.
I don't tell
Peronist
anybody to vote
candidate.
for. I don't tell anybody to vote for anybody.
It's just an example. Okay, I'm not accusing
So
you of
here's an example.
Let's start another conversation.
Oh my
with
God.
Matthew Binder over beliefs
He's the only
that
way
man
he
does
can
not
win.
hold and things he has not said.
I'm trying to give you an example of how this narrative is used to legitimize essentially imperialism against Argentina. You mentioned like, you vote for like the lesser evil in Argentina, which is pretty much always the Peronist, and you get called a Nazi by Americans. And
I've
the
never.
reason
That must be
why that
really
happens is because of
specific
this
because most
stereotype.
Americans have no idea, dude. I mean, you could say the same about people who vote for Democrats when there's a history of the KKK and literal former Ku Klux Klan Grand Wizards being Democrats or whatever. I mean, you could say the same thing here.
The only person who does that is fucking Dinesh D'Souza, because obviously we're taught, there was no like.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, buddy.
Democrat-
Yeah, and he has He has movies playing in movie theaters. When I was a little bit younger, I went to one of those movie theaters.
When I was
it was
a
a
little
movie he made
kid.
about Hillary Clinton. It was so bad.
Oh,
it was
God.
so awful. The whole premise of the movie was like, God damn, the Democrats are really the real racists, and that's why we should vote for Donald Trump. It was
Oh,
a really bad
God.
movie. But he's not the only person who sees this. You see these narratives all the time online. Democrats are the real racists. Do you know the true history of the KKK? You'll see people on the side of the road doing these
Yeah.
talks with people like, who
I
do you think
remember.
started the KKK? And then they'll put the mic in somebody's face and be like, I
remember.
don't know. I guess the Republicans would be like, wrong, it was the Democrats. And they'd be like, wow, I didn't know that. And there's a YouTube video with 2 million views. Like, yeah, it's a narrative you see in online politics in the West a lot. Not in the West, in the United States.
well, not just online,
That's
as it
what I'm
seems.
getting at.
In-
I'm
in
talking about
Argentina.
how if you
If
can't
you've
ju-
seen billboards across the road, then it's not online anymore. It's not just purely online anymore.
just like come to the historical fact that yeah, we could say that there were Nazis
We're not talking about
in South
base
America
historical
or
facts here.
Argentina. But we are though, because that's what you have a problem with. You're saying I shouldn't bring it up.
Problem
because it's
isn't with
it's
the historical
imperialism.
facts. It's one thing to talk about this, honestly or whatever within the context. It's another to just randomly bring up this myth to
Myth.
get a simple little gotcha on some right-wing account on Twitter.
No,
Like,
but
the
I think-
entire reason why people get pissed off at you is because
Wait.
they're sick of seeing.
Well, the
this,
only
like,
people.
So is it true or is it a myth? A myth is something that's totally not true. What do you mean a myth? My grandma was in the KK and he would probably fight someone if they called him a damn.
this
The o-
sort of stereotype being used against them.
The only people who got pissed at me.
So
were
is it a myth or is it a stereotype? I didn't know that Bad Empanada did not know what myth means, what stereotype means, and what the difference between those two things are. If it's a myth, then it's absolutely not true. But if it's true, then it cannot be a myth. Okay, we can watch it later, Zoshalex.
Argentinians, and that's a huge
Yeah.
deal to me. When I
Why
hear
wouldn't
the
they
rest,
get pissed at you?
when I hear the rest of
It's a huge tell to you.
I
Why
mean,
wouldn't
I-
they get pissed at you?
why didn't
Is-
any
is-
other
is it a
why
huge
didn't any of the other
I like how every question Bad Empanada ever asks is always, like just like it's just rhetorical. It's never an actual question, because
True.
you can tell, because he'll ask a question, then he'll ask another question, then another question. As you try to answer his first question, he's
Oh
getting
my
a third or
God.
fourth question out. It's never an actual question. It's
Yeah.
always like, why are you such a racist?
Oh God. Oh God.
Okay, sorry, my mic went out. It's never a question a question asked in earnest, man.
People in South American countries, because again, the article said South America. Why did no
Because
one
because
else get angry
there's
about
not any sort of cultural stereotype that this is what they are.
it? In Brazil? There's no
like,
cultural. There's no cultural
there is
stereotype about
absolutely
Brazil.
there is absolutely no stereotype among Americans, among foreigners, that Brazil is a special Nazi haven. You're not going to tell me where's the musical about Brazil? Where's
Oh
the
my God,
American?
you're
Where's
so
the US
obsessed with this
state
musical,
department?
dude. You're obsessed
Where's
with the
the
musical,
US
man.
Yeah, it's an incredibly fucking well.
Can we start a musical about Nazis in Brazil?
I'll
what would the
make
openings-
it.
what
I'll
would
make
songs be?
the.
You guys got any song ideas?
I will make the musical
Any song?
myself.
You know, I mean, like, I think we should open
I do
with,
like
On
singing.
the
I
Road
do like
again with
songs.
Willie Nelson as they go through the rat tunnels and they're fleeing Berlin. We have to open on Berlin Falling, right? We have to open on Berlin Falling.
I do like songs.
You know, we open with Berlin Falling, and then we transition into Willie Nelson after we start with like an epic battle scene. It's On the Road again as they go through the rat lines until they get to Brazil, and then there has to be like a thematic change, and they're probably going to be playing like a lot of Brazilian music, which I don't know, like Hitler in Springtime in Germany. Yeah,
Oh,
that
God.
could work. I think it could be a vibe like that.
A vibe.
Well-known musical that had a massive cultural effect. It's basically, if Americans know about Argentina,
the
half the
fact
time it's
that-
because of the fucking musical.
The fact that
Half the
a
time it's from the
major,
New York Times articles about.
the
Like,
fact
you're
that
essentially trying to discount something that is so well known that there's like an entire academic literature about it, like American
Dude.
cultural perceptions of Argentina.
dude, the fact that there is such a major discourse going on in this country about how people of Hispanic or Latino origin could not be white supremacists or Nazis should tell you that in fact that there's not such, at least in modern day American culture, not such a big stereotype. When did that Evita musical come out? No one even talks about
Talking
it
about
anymore.
Argentina here, not about
But
American culture and American
you are
Nazis.
talking about Argentina again. I
Oh
never
yeah,
said
X-Men Origins. That's
Argentina.
another great one.
Oh, God.
X-Men Origins. Like I believe the opening scene of that movie is like a mutant Nazi hunter in Argentina in Villa Gesell, which is a big.
Didn't the IDF send like this is a very famous story? It wasn't the IDF? I think it was the Mossad sent Nazi hunters into Argentina to capture Adolf Eichmann, who they then deported back to Israel to then sentence to death for his crimes during the Holocaust. I mean, maybe it would be a crazy opening for the X-Men movie if it didn't literally happen.
True.
resort town, but for some reason it's in the Andes.
Well, yeah,
So
well,
it is a very
I've
well-known
not-
cultural stereotype
I've
about
not-
Argentina in the U.S.,
well-
and it's very damaging. It's employed fairly often by the American media
Dude,
to like drum up
Nazi-
hatred of
but that's
the Argentine
also
center left.
But that's also another well historical fact that there were indeed Nazi hunters specifically in
Uh-oh.
countries like Brazil and Argentina, because that's where Nazis were. I mean, if a
You seem to like just be arguing that the stereotype is correct. Is that like true?
What he just said is just
Oh my
undeniably
God.
true, that there were Nazi hunters in Argentina. What's wrong of setting the setting in Argentina, where one of the most notorious Nazis that were
X-Men,
captured in
yeah.
the
X-Men
60s,
Origins.
which is much more recent memory than
My
the
God.
1940s, when a lot of the rat lines collapsed and, you know, where some of the people were caught during the failed evacuations. When Adolf Eichmann, one of the most famous Nazis that were still
Maybe Germans should start, maybe Germans should start speaking out about the stereotype of Nazis in Germany, about the myth of Nazis in Germany. My dude, you're discussing history, not Marvel. Why not both?
alive at the time was captured.
Why not both?
So why would that not be an okay scene for X-Men to open with?
Why
How
not
are they
both?
playing against the Latin American left by opening with that scene in X-Men Origins.
I don't even know if I've
Stereotypes
ever
Trying to
seen
stick it,
X-Men
because
Origins.
When I mention the stereotype, you keep repeating, but it's true, but it's true, but it's true. But the problem isn't that people
You're
are just
trying to
saying,
call
oh, yeah, Nazis.
historical. You're trying to call historical
problem-
fact a stereotype, dude. It's one thing to
Okay.
say. It's one thing to say the United States of America weaponized these facts and used it as propaganda
They
to
didn't
assert
weaponize.
that
They
something
didn't
more
simply
was going
weaponize
on.
facts. Like, it's one thing to say Nazis went to Argentina, Nazis went to Brazil, Nazis went to the
That's all I said. Exactly.
It's
right.
another thing to say Nazis went to Argentina. Not all the Nazis went to Argentina. The Nazis tried to make the Fourth Reich in Argentina. Argentina is this
Who-
special secret,
Now,
super
who in
special
this
Nazi
conversation?
haven.
Who in this conversation
That is
said
the
that? Because it
stereotype.
wasn't me. Who
The
in this
entire
conversation
issue
said that?
Oh,
that I
God.
had with your tweet was that you were essentially spreading this myth of South America as this singular Nazi haven, specifically.
He didn't. That was not the. Okay, I'm done listening to this. This is ridiculous. Do you guys want to listen to any more of this? Because it's just the same.
It's
just
we're
back to
not
the same
done,
thing.
Dylan.
He
We're
wanted
not
to
done
bring this
until
up
it's
to
done.
point out the fact that South Americans,
Don't be a wimp.
people of Latin and Hispanic descent, they can be Nazis.
Don't
And
wimp
somebody
out,
being
Dylan.
Brown and somebody being from
Content
that
is
continent,
content.
from somebody being of south of
Don't
the border
be a
of the United
wimp.
States does not stop them from being a fascist. And now it's about Perón. Now it's about the Blue Book. Now it's about the exact percentage
My
of Nazis
God.
in Argentina versus the United States. And now it's about a bunch of details that Matt Binder was not questioning, was not bringing up to debate, when his point was about, yeah, South Americans can be Nazis, which Matt Empanada doesn't even deny. He has said this at the start, that
God.
this was just a mechanism for him to talk about a separate issue. That 100% is true. You can tell from the way he's engaging in this conversation that there's nothing that Matt Binder could say here that would please him, that would make him think, okay, you know what, you're right.
I mean,
you
he has
didn't
to make
mean
that video.
I think that I shouldn't have put it that way. Or, you know what, I don't think you're making excuses for imperialism in Argentina. I think you simply just wanted to say that people in South America can be Nazi. Nope, it can't be that. Because you can't have a normal conversation with anyone. But again, somebody who justifies 9/11 is not going to be able to have a normal conversation with anyone. It's not. Anyway, that's enough of that.
Wait, so what are you?
Wait, it's almost over, Dylan. Should press through it? Okay. Well,
True.
we'll press through it. We'll try to press through it a little bit more. But I will tap out if it gets too bad.
Oh, gosh.
Argentina is this
Don't be a
singular special
wimp.
Nazi haven, whether you meant to or not. And that
Don't be a
stereotype,
wimp.
that myth is the thing that's not true. We're not simply arguing that no Nazis came to Argentina. We're talking about this specific myth of Argentina as the Nazi haven. That is the
I
thing
never
that's
said
damaging.
that. I never said
That is the thing
though.
that people get angry at. That is why
Well, then
you
that's
had
then that's
people
on
screaming
then
at
that's
you in Spanish.
then that's on them then, man. That's on them because they need to learn
True.
reading comprehension and see what I read.
I guess they just need to learn to have supposed leftists just spreading imperialist ideas about that country.
Oh,
to
those people had
delegitimize
no
the
idea
representatives in
who
that
I
country.
was. Please, I mean the idea that again, let's bring up the fact that we all talk about Ukrainian neo-Nazis, right? Because they exist. It's a fact they exist. Yet for some reason, you don't also think that being that there is a country literally right now doing imperialism on them and using the propaganda that there are Nazis in Ukraine as their reason for doing imperialism.
While the Russians are also arming their own neo-Nazi militias like Rusich and are perfectly willing to work with neo-Nazis both in the international community, in Russia, and even in Ukraine in order to win the war, in order to advance the geopolitical
What a
goals.
shocker.
It's a very cynical mode of attack
What
on
a
Ukraine.
shocker.
You won't though say, oh, you know, we should back off on bringing up Ukrainian neo-Nazis because Russia's weaponizing that fact to propagandize and use it to legitimize what they're doing to innocent people in Ukraine. You don't.
Can I just say, I think there is something to be said about having an honest conversation with the far right in Ukraine. I'm working on a project right now that hopefully can maybe have more of that honest conversation. But there is another thing between bringing it up and bringing it up maliciously to say there are Nazis in Ukraine, therefore the Russians should win. Because when you bring it up in that way, what you're doing is you're leaving out a ton of context, which I could see where the bad empanada position comes through here, where it could be like, hey, you should bring up.
Just as I can bring up the far right in Poland when discussing Ukrainian-Polish relations, right?
The concept the context that the Russians are also arming their own neo-Nazi militias. We should bring up the context that Nazis have very little political control in Ukraine. Actually, they have basically none, with
Yeah.
non-discrimination
Good.
protections being put in place for LGBTQ
Good.
plus people. Them
Good.
being led by a Jew whose family was killed in the Holocaust. I mean, them celebrating the victory against Nazism. Like it'd be disingenuous.
Ukraine is more pro-LGBT than Poland. I'm going for a health and safety TSCS course in order to get a green card. Never worked before, and since I'm really behind, may as well start out as a laborer. True.
To
Very
paint
nice.
Ukraine as a Nazi state, just like it would be disingenuous to paint modern
Argentina.
modern Argentina as a Nazi state. It would be very disingenuous and wrong to do that. But that's not even the thing that Matt Bender said. What the equivalent that Matt Bender is bringing forward here is a lot more charitable to Ben Empanada than his actual position was, because he never even brought up Argentina in the original post. He never talked about Peron. He never talked about Adolf Eichmann. He never talked about the Ustase being evacuated. He never talked about any of this. He never talked about the stereotype. He just said that there can be Nazis in South Africa. Not in South Africa, in South America. That they do exist. This would be like if someone asked me, can there be Nazis in Eastern Europe? Yes. Yes, there can.
Yes.
Do that though, right? You would never
Correct.
do that. I wouldn't do that either, because I don't think.
That.
Really, you've done that before. Then you've done that before. You've done that before.
Yeah.
So you don't talk about
I don't think that there being neo-Nazis in Ukraine means that the country should be invaded. Yes.
Oh, good. Exactly. You shouldn't think
It's
that.
also not an equivalent scenario, because what is the context of bringing this up exactly? It's just like a random American bringing up a decades-old stereotype.
Here's the funny thing, dude. You're talking to probably the only leftist streamer that has a show dedicated to talking about white supremacy, neo-Nazis, online far-right reactionary.
There's no other leftist content creators that talk about Nazis. Matt Bender has locked that market down.
True.
He's locked down the Nazi talk market
True.
on the left. Nobody else does it. I have to bully him a little bit.
Because I know you don't know who I am. I'm a nobody.
Sounds like Bellingcat.
What?
Sounds like Bellingcat.
Okay, well, I'm not Bellingcat. Bellingcat is not a left. They wouldn't consider themselves to be a leftist news organization. That's very clever, though, because I know that there's a well-intentioned bad rap on Bellingcat, because they do some sketchy stuff. But
what sketchy stuff does Bellingcat do? I'm actually interested. I want to hear what Matt Bender's sketchy stuff about
tie
Bellingcat
me to them for your audience is very clever. I enjoy that. Nice move there. But it's
always the NED funding. The NED funding is always what's brought up, from what I know.
Been covering neo-Nazis, white supremacists since I started a show back in 2018. It was my beat when I started working on the Majority Report back in 2011 and co-hosted a show with Michael Brooks. So you're probably talking to the American leftist who focuses on white supremacists and neo-Nazis in the United States of America more than any other leftist does. And the idea that you don't think it's relevant, that you constantly bring up. See,
it's a hell of a claim. I mean, he does focus on it. It's just a hell of a claim.
For me, I just want to talk about fucking the fact that neo-Nazis are all over the fucking world. That's it. I want to talk about the fact that you should not be hiding the fact, denying the fact that neo-Nazis exist in your country, that country, this country, because they exist, and everyone needs to come to terms with it if they want to defeat it. If you're an anti-fascist, you need to talk about it. So when I'm bringing up Ukraine, my point is, you say when I bring up the fact that Nazis fled to South America, and again, I'm not even talking about Argentina specifically. You keep doing that. But if you want me to say that, fine. When I bring up Nazis in Argentina, you say doing so is giving in to American imperialism because they've used it before for their propaganda. I am saying, why isn't it the same thing? Why isn't the same thing? So maybe perhaps you are inadvertently doing that to Ukraine.
Ban Empanada is an American shill in Ukraine. I've heard it here first.
True. Very nice.
Spreading
My God.
imperialist propaganda from the fucking 1940s against the country that is still weaponized against that country to this very day.
I see.
Yeah. I think you should maybe being called out on that a little bit better.
No one is talking about Nazis in Argentina anymore. In fact, it's quite clear of that based on the reaction.
You pretty much brought it up.
Yeah, me. Am I
Everyone
the
knows
United
that
States of
History
America,
Channel
dude?
article was-
By the way, he didn't bring it up in Argentina. He brought it up in all of South America, and now it's being made about Argentina, then being extended to the Blue Book,
Yeah.
then being extended to Barone. And a lot of things that Matt Bender
Someone's
never
obsessed.
said or never agreed with is now being snatched out of existence, out of thin air, and pinned to his name.
Little me, man, little me. Who you don't that you just put what was it you put in your headline there? Discount Sam Cedar. Apparently, I speak for all of America when I, in 2023, am the one American who brings up Nazism in South America, because that's not
No,
a
you're
current
not. That's the
discussion here.
problem.
No,
That's the problem.
if that
You're
was
not
the
the only
case,
one.
then why is there literally tons and tons of people? Like, the literal discourse in this country right now is Latinos and Hispanic people cannot be white supremacists and Nazis. That's the basis of this whole conversation, dude. And you're
So-
claiming that's not true. The whole reason I even posted that article, that screenshot of that article, you're claiming is not true because everyone in America believes that Nazis and white supremacists are all over Argentina. You make
Okay.
zero sense, man.
I think I make perfect sense. So there's two separate things here. One is, can Latinos, Hispanics, however you use that term in the US, can they be white supremacists?
Yes.
They can.
Absolutely.
Another thing is the way you made that point. By referring to a damaging stereotype that legitimizes imperialism,
Referred to the fact that there are white supremacists and Nazis fled to South America post-World War II. They existed in South America. Didn't even specifically name Argentina.
Specifically, not
Argentina.
specifically.
The land of the Argentinians, okay? Doesn't name it, just says all of South America. Now it's being hyper-focused on one element of South America that the article he screenshot mentioned, and then that's being extended to the Blue Book, which is then extended to Perón, which is then extended to American imperial interests. Therefore, he stereotyped Argentina
Oh my
by
gosh,
just
Griselda.
mentioning the fact that there were neo-Nazis and Nazis and fascists in South America in his original tweet. A lot of stuff's being attached to his name that he never said.
in my country.
And what is that,
That is the
damaging
thing that I was
stereotype?
angry about.
What is that damaging
It's
stereotype?
this idea that Argentina
Okay, we're gonna watch a cutscene now.
The feel of bones crunching beneath your feet.
We've killed Griselda. Griselda is no more. No more Griselda.
On your return from the dungeon, you receive word from advanced scouts that the recently established outpost near the Red Ridge Mountains is under siege. A group of raiders have been dispatched to assist you in taking back the outpost and crushing the human opposition. Your secondary objective is to seek out and completely destroy their encampment, putting an end to this threat for good.
True. Rip Griselda.
is a specific Nazi haven, and specifically that the Peronist
Specifically
ideology, which isn't really an
specific.
ideology,
Can
but
you show
people
me
call
when I
themselves that
can you show me
nonetheless.
when I said that? Can you show me where I said any of that?
You don't have to say it to legitimize it. It can be
Oh,
accidental.
that's
It
such
can be
bullshit,
inadvertent.
man. That's such bullshit, man. I mean,
How not?
Listen. If you want to have a regular, like, if you wanted to have like a legitimate conversation about that, you would have reached out to me. But instead, you wanted to, pound on your chest and do this whole bravado thing in public because.
If I was to see a post, let's say I see a post by a Ukrainian soldier, and he's like, I like Hitler or some crazy shit online, right? And I quote tweet that and I say, this is really gross and should not be allowed in the Ukrainian armed forces. Now, would it be appropriate for other people to be like, wow, Dylan, are you playing in? I mean, you don't have to even say it, but are you saying that Ukraine's a Nazi state? I'm like, wait, no, I didn't say that. Are you saying that? Well, you're played into it. You're playing into the Russian propaganda. Like, this is
True,
this would be
Dylan, stop it.
unbelievably unfair. If I was to try to do that to somebody else was to do that to me.
Stop
or
it,
somebody
Dylan.
was to try to do that to Matt Bender.
Stop it. Get help.
I'm not pounding on my chest of doing bravado at all.
I mean,
I'm just sitting here.
What are you talking about? On
kind of in
Twitter,
awe.
dude. On Twitter, dude. You were having this whole big thing about how I was, specifically
I was
talking about
actually
Argentina when I
correcting the
wasn't.
historical facts with lots of your followers who seem to believe that myth was true.
What
And
myth?
seem to
What's
believe
the
that,
myth?
Like they
You
got
are-
really offended when I pointed out.
What
that
is the
US government
myth?
itself estimated that there were 10,000 Nazi war criminals in the U.S. They got really mad at that.
Oh, well, I don't know anyone who did that. I mean, I can't speak for all people who would get, but I certainly know. that there are
My problem
10,000
isn't with
at
you
least-
specifically. My
at
problem
least
is with this
10,000.
What is the
in general,
myth?
with this stereotype in general.
Cool,
My
but I
problem
didn't
is
spread,
that I
didn't
don't want
spread that
people.
myth.
I don't
didn't
want
spread
people
that myth.
to inadvertently
Dylan Byrne is an
whatever.
agent of Putin?
spread this idea.
no.
I would prefer that people base these ideas, in facts, bring them up when it's actually relevant, rather than to explain Latino neo-Nazi mass shooter in the U.S.
Ellen, you have my introduction to Amazing Atheist set up. Do I DM you? Sure, that works with me. Perfectly fine with me. I don't know what your method is. Hope you didn't shove him in the back of a trunk. You're gonna drive him out to me in Ukraine, but yeah, appreciate it. You can DM me on Twitter and on Discord.
You
So wait,
being
do you-
an
do you-
expert on white supremacy.
Wait, what
Email
happened?
me, DylanBirdsTV@gmail.
You
So wait,
being
do you-
an
What
Ukraine,
happened?
but shove him in the back of a trunk. Perfectly fine with me. I don't know. Do I DM you? Sure. My
Nazi mass shooter in the U.S.
Ellen, you have my introduction to Amazing Atheist set up. Do I DM you? Sure, that works with me. Perfectly fine with me. I don't know what your method is. Hope you didn't shove him in the back of a trunk. You're gonna drive him out to me in Ukraine, but yeah, appreciate it. You can DM me on Twitter and on Discord.
You
So wait,
being
do you-
an
do you-
expert on
do-
white supremacy
Or email me, DylanBirdsTV@gmail.
in the U.S., I would hope that you could
Dylan, bad.
explain
No,
how
Dylan,
this
good.
guy came to be without making a reference to South America.
Don't
because I
say
think it's
that.
pretty irrelevant.
But it wasn't specifically about this guy, man. Even in the tweet I'm responding to in that screenshot, it was specifically about the rise of white supremacy within the Latino
whoa. Oh
Hispanic
my gosh. The
communities.
chair got crazy.
That's simple. That's simple, dude. So people come from South America, Mexico, Central America, all over to the United States, right? That's where they immigrate from, and they come to this country.
Thank you.
Right, so it's not a thing that's there. Certainly, they're learning a lot of it here, without a doubt. This kid specifically, who did this guy, this fucking mass shooter, this white supremacist neo-Nazi shooter, he, without a doubt, based on his specific background, got this shit in the U.S. He did post a lot of photos on his social media channels, though, of Mexican white nationalists in Mexico, like literal white neo-Nazi rallies in the streets of Mexico. But
Well, what do you know?
again, the specific article I was replying to was someone mocking the idea of the headline of the article being that the growing white supremacy in Hispanic and Latino communities. And I quickly looked for an article, saw a headline that did not specifically did not specify any country, because to me it's not a specific country's problem. Again, I told you the first country I think of in modern day would be Brazil. And so I posted a screenshot of that headline. I mean, and anything else is you reading into it. And if you
It's
have a
not
problem
me
with
reading into it, because our actions, are influenced
Oh,
by
gosh.
broader cultural trends, by broader cultural osmosis.
My
We're
God.
not just we don't just have these specific
Oh my God.
intentions that we're all using, and you can also do things by accident. You can spread damaging ideas by accident without meaning to do so, because there are these trends that I'm sure you're well aware of Americans projecting, deflecting onto other countries. For example, religious fanaticism in the U.S. They say, "Oh, are we the Taliban now?" Stuff like that. Neo-Nazi mass shooter. Oh, are we like Argentina now? Stuff like that. So when I see someone,
But that's not the point he was making.
True.
And it's not a point you can even. Can we see his original? Does anybody have his original post? If it is even possible that you could read the
Bad
post like
empanada
that,
cannot-
like, what are we, like South Americans? I don't believe Matt Binder would say
He doesn't
something
care.
Like that.
He doesn't listen. He
And
just
again, not
says
even
his own thing.
Argentinians, just South Americans.
Yeah.
referencing South America or Argentina or whatever, and related
Or
to
whatever.
a neo-Nazi mass shooting in the U.S., what I see in that as someone who is very familiar with these sorts of stereotypes, with these sorts of deflections, is that. And you might not have intended it, but that's how it comes off.
Okay, I mean, if that's how it came off to you, then I mean that's a problem.
It came
I
off
guess.
like that to me and lots of other people. Like, I know you mentioned the right-wing Argentines, but I'm sure they weren't all right-wing.
No,
I'm
they
sure
were
there were
n- they
plenty
were
of people
not.
in
They
there who
were
were
not.
just
No.
fucking sick So we're just fucking
Absolutely
sick
not.
of these Americans, like,
But I mean, this is
pointing
listen.
specifically to them all the time.
This conversation you're having now with me, though, is way different than the conversation you had on Twitter with me, and the conversation you had just even 10 minutes ago and before that, the rest of the live stream, where you were just trying to claim that just bring up the fact was some sort of propaganda, imperialism for
Nina, thank you so much for the rated 15.
the United
Oh
States.
damn! I need to
You guys
moderate.
said this was almost over. You guys lied to me. You just got
True,
just
you
wanted me to
lied
keep
to
streaming.
Dylan.
You scum in gutter
Scumbags.
chat. Nina said you're the reason she got banned. I don't look.
Who
I'm
got
trying
banned?
to figure out who this person is in my
Who?
head here. I don't know who they are, but good. It was my CIA plot the whole time. My main job is to cause as much suffering as possible. And I was given an order from up
We've
and
heard it
above,
here.
yeah, even from my grandpa William Burns, to get them banned. Very sorry.
Who?
I watched the Tan Hall because you gave me the confidence to do it. No, that was a terrible idea. No, you shouldn't have done
Sage
that.
Alexi-
You were in
who?
the same terrible
Who is Sage
boat that I was
Alexis?
in. Yeah, no. You have learned, CNN and Warner Bros will scalp you alive. I thought because people were streaming it on YouTube that I would be okay. So everybody's looking to everyone else.
What are we
okay?
talking about?
Everyone's just looking for how the waves go.
It's not just bringing up the fact, though. It's referring to the stereotype of Argentina as like the special Nazi haven. I know it said South America, but when people think Nazis in South America, we all know what they're thinking. When Americans think it, especially, we all know what they're thinking. I know why they think that.
see.
I think I've explained well enough why they think that.
Then I think
Like, I mean, if you want to just say that you didn't mean it or whatever, okay.
Well, no, well,
sure,
fine,
but you don't
decided.
need to mean it for it to nonetheless,
I mean,
be spread through the message that you sent, through the tweet that you sent.
I mean, the weirdest thing to me is, regardless,
God.
you tell me all the things wrong with the United States of America. It's horrible history. You could bring up the genocide of the Native Americans. You could bring up slavery. You could bring up how we treated African Americans, Black Americans in this country after, during the Civil Rights era. You could bring up the Nazis we brought into this country. You will see nothing from me denying it. In fact, I implore more and more people to talk about it.
I'm
talk
not
about
saying
real
that
American
you believe
history.
that.
Okay, but
I'm not saying that you believe
but
that.
I will say it is very weird, very fucking weird, that bringing up Nazis in Argentina, you don't get a discussion about it. You don't get a.
There have been discussions about it, though. There was like 20-year-long government inquiry. That's what the report.
Okay, so I guess we can't talk about Nazis. I guess we can't.
Yeah, what are we finding? What are we looking through now?
My guy. Sage made a video about renegade Cuts military video. Ben Empanada sent harassment her way via Twitter. Sage attempts to self-harm. As a result of the harassment, she is okay, but Ben Empanada is fucked for that. Yeah. He is the worst.
Rento okay. I
He
challenge you
is
to find
scum-
photos like
he's a
this in
scumbag.
Argentina.
He is a scumbag. No doubt. He doesn't
I
care.
challenge you to find photos like this in Argentina. Oh, oof, that wasn't that difficult. Yeah, you can do this in just about any country. They should have made the test harder. They should have made the test a little bit harder. It was not going to be that difficult.
Yeah.
Talk about Nazis in Argentina or because if you were born after that 20 year
randomly bringing them up based on damaging cultural stereotype, which primarily exists because of imperialism, which is constantly used to legitimize imperialism.
Here's the original tweet. You don't even have to open a history book. There are history websites now. How South America became a Nazi haven. Find out how and why South America became a safe haven for thousands of former Nazi Party members and SS officers. This doesn't even mention Argentina at all. I thought like he would at least somewhere in his screenshot he would have mentioned Argentina, even if originally his point was about South America. But there's not even a mention of something. I assume in the article, Argentina is brought up.
It probably isn't. I
But this
assume
is
it
all from
probably
this.
isn't.
This is it. This is really it. Well, I mean, I'm not that surprised that Matt Bender is confused here and why this
Yeah.
conversation is even happening.
Bad Empanada has gone after
No,
me
I
as
mean,
well.
I think it's completely fair to bring
I
up
remind you, Bad Empanada has made a video about me. You know? He has. It's true.
historical context of, yes, there is a history of of Nazis and neo-Nazis and white supremacists. Peru.
I think there are better ways to do this without inadvertently spreading these sorts of
Myth.
damaging stereotypes. I think, for example, let's go back to the example that I used earlier. I know that you think it's not exactly the same, but I think it's a kind of similar, inadvertent, perhaps, spread of a stereotype, like an African American politician who is corrupt and being like, oh, plenty of African countries are corrupt. You know, I think that would be pretty out of place to explain the actions of like a guy of like African descent in the USA, and it would be like referring back to damaging stereotypes about Africa.
If there was an African American president who was, accused of some corruption, I agree it would be racist to bring up Africa. If there was a conversation sparked from that about how Africans cannot be corrupt, then I would without a doubt say, no, we could bring up African countries. And that's exactly the scenario that happened here. There was a Mexican-American shooter that did a horrible act. This dude, without a doubt, was inspired by Nazis and white supremacy here in the United States, and based on his social media feed, probably at the very least was looked up to that same sort of what's going on in Mexico too with neo-Nazis and white supremacists, but mostly without a doubt the United States of America. But there was a conversation that was sparked from that about Latino and Hispanic communities as a whole. And I think you would agree that if there was an equivalent where all of a sudden, after an African-American president was charged with corruption, there were articles about how, oh, African countries, they can't be corrupt. What's going on here? This is bullshit. You would think it would be fair game to then bring up that actually there is a pretty long history of African countries being led by pretty corrupt leaders. Probably some of the most corrupt in the whole world.
My example was a more relevant one, being an African American, and then referring to Africa to explain their actions.
It's not, because that's not what I did. It's like, why do you continue to avoid?
Well, you refer to South America to sort of as an explanation for how this guy can be a Latino white supremacist. I believe there are better ways to make that same point.
Okay,
for example,
then make the point in the better way. Don't critique him for things he never said.
Explaining how a Latino American can actually be a white supremacist rather than just lazily pointing to a cultural signifier that is...
Look, it's a very easy argument to make. If somebody told me, Dylan, there's no such thing as a Serbian Nazi, and then I could just say, okay, here's pictures of Serbians being Nazis. That's a very easy argument to make, because it's like, look, right there, Nazi, Serbians can be Nazis. But if I had to sit down here and be like, well, when you look at some certain stringent Nazi ideologies that break off and are consumed by the Serbian extremist community, like, I guess I could make a much
Bad
more
Empanada is not a leftist. True.
Argument, but it's a lot easier to be like, there's a picture of some Serbian Nazis. Boom, there's proof that Serbians can be Nazis. True. Much easier. It's going to probably be more convincing for the layman anyway.
The Nazi Argentina idea.
No, it's not just to point to a lazy cultural signifier, to show that there's a long history of it, that it's not some new trend that all of a sudden, because you know what the conversation would be then. Oh, everybody's a white supremacist now.
Actually, I think the Nazis in South America, they're all white, like blonde-haired, blue-eyed. It's kind of a very different thing, really. You can't really explain like a brown Mexican-descended neo-Nazi by pointing to Argentina or Brazil or Bolivia.
Why can't you describe Argentinians that way?
Like what?
You just said you can't describe Argentinians as like your words, like a brown-skinned, darker.
No, I'm referring to Nazis, like Nazis who came from Germany, right? They were like white people. So it stands to reason that them and their kids would also be white people.
I mean,
no.
They would be certainly.
They could be mixed race.
Could possibly be white, sure, but they could also have darker complexions.
Yeah, so pointing towards these.
It could be mixed
Germans,
race.
like
white
literal Germans who migrated to South America, as like an explanation for a brown-skinned man or brown-skinned white supremacist in the United States of America,
That's
to me it doesn't really make sense.
Why doesn't it? If you're trying to say Argentinian
Because there's
people
the clear
with
racial component to right. So there's a racial contradiction there in
So
this
you're
guy's
trying to say-
ideology.
are you
He
trying to
thinks
say
he's
that
part
if-
of the white master race and that like Nazis would love him or something?
So are you saying that if if someone in Argentina is a descendant from a Nazi from Germany, like the guy came over from Germany, had a family with someone in Argentina, you're saying that that kid, even though he might have lighter skin and lighter complexion, you're saying they wouldn't be Latino as well, even though their mother would be an Argentine native?
I don't know. Maybe would he in the U.S.? I don't know. You guys have
I would say-
everything fucked up here.
No,
Dude, come on, can we
Oh,
please
Lord.
just wrap this up? How much longer is this debate, actually? Dude,
True.
it has to wrap up soon. I'm
That's
sorry.
true, Jess.
This has gotten completely pointless at this point. They've gotten nowhere. They've gotten nowhere in the last, like, 20 minutes.
What
don't
I
think
would
it's-
say
it's very
is
simple.
the
If you-
fundamental contradiction, because
Ooh,
Latino
that's
is not, it's not a race.
good
The
answer.
fundamental contradiction in that guy's ideology has
My
nothing to
gosh.
do with his descent from Mexico as compared to Argentina. These places are incredibly far from each other. It doesn't really make much sense to really bring it up in the first place. But we're talking about like the racial contradiction here is what those Americans
My
are
God.
saying he can't be a Nazi are referring to, because to them he's this brown guy. You're right. He's excluded from whiteness. He's excluded from white supremacy. To them, I don't think an Argentine like descendant of Nazis would be excluded from that. I don't think.
I
they
think
would be
it's
like, "Oh, you're Latino."
Argentinian,
I
not
think they welcome him with
Argentine.
open arms, and that's the fundamental contradiction they need explained to them. They don't need like lazily pointing to like a cultural signifier.
It's
of
content,
Argentina
okay?
Being the Nazi country.
If you give me a dono, we can do something else.
I mean, I think it's very relevant in terms of everything we just mentioned. I mean, we're just gonna disagree. I guess agree to disagree here.
Disagree to
I mean, I don't
disagree.
know what else to
Disagree to agree.
say. I mean, I don't know what to say, honestly. Is there any other point you want to make? I mean, I guess. But feel free. I'm happy to stay on the stream and listen to whatever else you got to say. But I don't know what else on my end. Go ahead.
No, tell Sam Cedar that he needs to tell AOC to vote no on increasing the State Department budget.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you for relaying that message for me.
I'm sure he has that direct line to AOC.
Oh yeah, no problem, no question.
I mean, the weird thing is, it seems like you and I come to, at least from what you're telling me, come to an agreement on everything except the fact that you seem to not like the content.
Yeah, because the disagreement isn't with our specific political views in this case. My disagreement with you is how
My
you
gosh.
inadvertently this damaging idea that is
Oh.
against the, like the.
You know
not the
what?
left, but like, the
If you've enjoyed this segment, please press like, subscribe, ring the bell. Thank you. The dono has been given. I have to finish this. It's time to move on to a different pasture. Okay, there are better things to watch. There is, in fact, while we're at it, a Shark 300 video, which I would like to bring to your attention. Let's go. This has been a bit of a waste of time. This debate, quote unquote, is a bit of a disappointment. So, some good news. Shark,
Oh,
take it
also,
away.
Somebody was asking what the good news is. Here it is. Missouri Attorney General withdraws rule limiting trans care for children and adults.
Let's go. Uh-oh. Damn.
Huge W today.
True.
Huge, massive W. It's been
True.
pulled back. Just so you remember, basically what happened is that the Attorney General pushed through this emergency rule. He was saying, he was like, trans people existing is a huge emergency for the state, and so I need
Right.
to take the power into my own hands to stop trans people from being able to
Live.
transition in the state. Period. And so that's what he did. And then it got challenged in court, got challenged super hard, and then they've been forced to repeal it, which is super great.
Nice.
Super,
meme is very real.
super great. You love to see it.
This meme
The
is super
emergency
real.
rule that would have limited care for transgender children and adults, the spokesman for the Secretary of State, which oversees Missouri's administrative regulations, confirmed that Bailey's office eliminated the rule. Although the rule, which would have expired February, has been terminated, it's likely transgender minors will soon be barred from accessing hormones and other treatment. The Republican-controlled legislature earlier this month passed a bill that prohibits gender-affirming treatment for minors.
Too
but not for
bad.
adults. The governor
Stay
says
mad.
he wants to sign it. Now, this can be challenged too, and the fight's not over. But I want to
Damn.
just like show you guys some really nice, some cool base news.
That is sad that it's not
while
over.
while we're at it. So you know that every time you see like one of these bills or any of these like movements being passed against trans people or like any minority group,
The
that
counter
they're not just
push.
like they're on the books forever, because your streamers and your streamers and the people who you get your like news and stuff from and things that you just see love to tell you the bad things that are happening, but they would love to keep you ignorant on the good things that are happening. So all you do is think
That's
about
not
how bad
true.
things are, and you never think about how good things could possibly be.
I do
or
like
when good
positive
actually
things.
happen. They want you ignorant.
Oh
They
my
want you
gosh.
sad. I
Oh
want
my
you afraid.
gosh.
Okay, bestie.
I don't
Mhm.
want you sad.
As a Floridian, oof, get well soon.
Oh gosh.
Escape soon.
Get
Listen,
well
okay?
soon.
When I'm
Get
not sure
well
what I feel worse
soon.
for. Your average North Korean or your average Floridian.
Gosh.
Holy. I'm not sure. I mean, it's,
Oh
it's
my
a hard-
God.
In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis has set up homosexual detectors on every street corner.
Oh gosh.
If a gay detector detects
Gaydar.
homosexuality
A gaydar
on,
has a
of
name.
particles emanating from you, it calls the police. When the police show up, they pull out their guns and you die. They feed you mud. They
Oh my
feed
God.
you, buy you swamp gator meat until you die. Mission Escape Palm Beach.
That is brutal.
I know, right? Also, Illinois just passed free meals for K through 12. Based.
Bussade.
Sometimes I'm like, man, I kind of wish I went through school back then. Went through school today, but then I realize then I think about it for a second, and I'm like, I'm really glad I don't have to go to school.
True.
Oh man,
Well, that was
so
it.
bad for kids. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. If you're
No. We're done. We're done. How did you like that? Florida's an illness. Remember to comment under my videos to push them into the algorithm. You know? I'm trying very hard to become a streamer on the map. The mapped streamer. Oh yeah, there was something else. Lance. Looking at Lance next. Lance, who has apparently disappointed us all. Let's see. Let me see.
A bit of background at the beginning of this video before I get into the more recent developments, okay? So all the way back
So what
in
happened?
2019, early 2019, is when I started making lefty content.
Mhm.
And one of the very first videos that I made in the sort of lefty sphere was a video where basically what I'd done is I interviewed some prominent female like content creators in the lefty sphere, prominent in my like relative view back then. And I
I have not interviewed a prominent trans streamer yet. Me.
asked them specifically what experiences they'd had in online gaming, whether it be like Overwatch, World of Warcraft, etc., etc., etc. I asked them a variety of questions, and I wanted to see what commonalities there were, and I did a whole video that's still up now about like women's experiences in online gaming and gaming culture, which, you know, you can imagine my take was exactly what you would assume it was. It was about the shit that women deal with. And one of the first larger channel, I believe, to share my content, like knowingly and
Lance.
intentionally, and it was that particular video, if I recall correctly, was a channel by the name of the Surfs TV,
Oh.
headed by the person who is relevant in today's discussion,
Lance.
I don't know his last name. I don't really care to know his last name. I don't know if it's public, but, you know, Lance. We'll call him Lance.
Lance from the Surfs.
Lance is
Is
Canadian,
this?
which inclines me to believe that he is misguided but a nice guy. I have to sneak in the Canadian dunks. I'm sorry.
From the Surfs is the surname. If you did not know.
It's Canada, okay? Hold on. What was the
Jesus.
Hold on. There was a clip recently that was the truest thing I've ever heard Vosh say, and it was in regards to Canada. This is literally the truest thing Vosh has ever said, and this is more or less my opinion on Canada, but I could go on for 20 more minutes.
Guys, I don't give a fuck how you degenerate Canadians pronounce it, okay? I'm America. Your legislators had to pass laws to force your media companies to produce local stuff because you were just watching our TV, reading our books, watching our movies. You have no independent culture. Everyone just thinks of you as politer
gosh.
Americans. Mexico has a distinct culture. You guys don't. You're still subject to the crown. Now it's a fucking king and he's a pedophile. You're not even a real country.
Oh, God.
99% of your land is uninhabitable tundra. You get your asses beat by mooses. All right. That's why I don't pronounce your shit correctly. Also,
Oh,
you
my.
have Quebec.
Oh my, this is so brutal.
Lance mentioned my comment I made
It's
about me
true.
disliking him for being Canadian while you went over his debate with Tim Pool. That is absurd. Okay, anyway, so basically, background out of the way. Let's get to
Is
the more
it?
recent stuff. So
Is it?
basically, a while back, I
Doesn't
did a
sound very
debate
basic.
with a popular right-wing, even far-right, public figure who is also from Canada named Lauren Southern.
Canada.
Now, a lot of people think that I could have done quite a bit better in that debate. I think
Maybe
I did
you
pretty
could've.
well in the first half about trans issues because she conceded several points to me. But in the second half, I feel like she just kind of like did a war of attrition that made her look better in the end than me. I think I could have done better, but you know, you just kind of get better by practicing. It is what it is. However,
Is it?
after that happened, I think it was Lance was doing a charity stream, if I recall correctly, and somebody in his chat brought me up. I think like bringing up the idea of me coming into
Maybe.
the charity stream as like a guest, because it was one of those charity streams where you bring in a bunch of people. Like
I still don't even know if I'm good or bad at debate. I have not done much debate. I don't even know. I don't even know how I would do in a debate. And that's the truth. It's the God's truth, true truth. God's true truth. It's the true truth. You know? It's the true truth that I don't know how I would do. You know?
other content creators, and you're like, hey, let's hang out for a little bit and talk, and you raise money and all that. And in response, he said, yeah, I don't really like Xander Hall, or something along those lines. And I ended up having that knowledge conveyed to me. I was like, why? Wait, what did I do? Why wouldn't he like me? I came to find out, and this is the most plausible understanding of why he decided
Plausible,
he didn't like
so you
me
don't
more than I
know.
have. And I think it's got some merit, if I'm being honest.
Oh,
To a degree. I understand where he's coming from if this was his reason for saying that, and maybe
Okay.
having a bit of a bone to pick with me.
okay.
Lance is Canadian. Lauren Southern is also Canadian. Lauren Southern, a lot of her political stuff had to do with America and, like, a lot of American political shit. But
Okay.
she also talked a lot about, like, Canadian politics, and a lot of Canadian lefties also hate her. So I think that Lance felt almost like a personal, like, drive to debate her and blow her the fuck out. And he felt that me getting to it first and
Is
me
it
doing that as well as
really?
he would have liked as well. Like, I feel like that left a bad taste in his mouth and made him not like me. That's the only, like, good...
I don't know about that. I don't know. I have I debated ever debated in public? Not really. I have not debated in public. My first public debate was supposed to be the Chad Logic thing, but that never materialized, so the Chad Logic thing never materialized. I mean, I don't know. It sounds a bit like a bit of a stretch.
Explanation that I have been given.
That sounds
And that was
like
the
a
reasoning that I was
stretch.
given back then as well from people.
Tried to run
As
away,
being the most
true.
plausible reason. However, I will say it's ironic that shortly after he debated Lawrence Southern, and then did a lot worse than me. He did quite a few more debates after that and did a lot worse than me. And listen, I don't
Like,
fault him.
I don't know. That whole thing about Zan getting to her first, that sounds like a stretch. I don't know. That sounds a bit like a... I don't know if I buy it. I'm not sure if I'm on board with that theory. To be perfectly, honest. That he had Chad Logic run away. That's why I'm still waiting for my first debate. I'm still waiting for my first debate. I don't know how I will do.
Inherently
I honestly
has
have no
and is
clue.
good at, like, by default. It's one that you hone, right? Like, when you think of the most popular
My debate will
bro
suck.
content creators
If
online,
it will rock,
they didn't just, like,
I have no
pop out
clue.
of their mom's womb, like, being a debate lord. They have a upbringing or a background of arguing with people and talking and
I
expressing their
hatched from an
ideas
egg.
and getting practice doing it that set them up for where they are. You can even see in my older content compared to now, I am way better at explaining what I believe and defending my points than I was back in the day. And that's because this takes practice.
I'm the best at
And
explaining
I'm
my
not going to
points.
fault Lance for making mistakes or having, like, you know, less ideal results when he's doing something that you can literally only get better at by doing. I'm not going to give him shit for that. Like, at least I'm not going to give him shit for it in the sense that I'm going to morally condemn him, right? Like, I'd never say
I'm the
he
best
is bad
debater.
because of that, right?
Because I've never lost a
the thing,
debate.
though.
But
Recently, two
I've
bits
never
of drama,
lost a
I would
debate.
say. One of them isn't really drama, it's more so human rights violation, and then some drama coincided with each other. Okay? Basically, a content creator with over 1 million subs by the name of Illuminati ended up attacking another YouTuber by the name of Legal Eagle.
Naughty.
With claims that his
Illuminati.
editors were ripping off the style of her editors. Very stupid drama to even start or really care about at the end of the day, but it really escalated from there to extents that you would have never guessed.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
Basically, Blair, aka
Blair White?
Illuminati, decides to respond to the fact that everybody was dunking on her for trying to, like, attack Legal Eagle over this. And in her response, she immediately, like 10%, maybe 15% of the way into the video, diverts the focus of the video from her attacking Legal Eagle to another bubbled up bit of drama that had come out of it. And that was her falling out that she had had with some former team members that she'd worked with on her YouTube channel. At least that's how she described it. That is until these former team members came forward with their stories and the receipts to back it up. In reality,
It's okay.
Illuminati is a fucking psycho. I
Damn.
mean a fucking psycho. So for starters, she was a landlord who was literally acting as, like, basically created a company house where the transportation, food, and, like, other living expenses, housing, etc., 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 were all reliant on him both of them having that job. Were like subjecting them to horrible living conditions, which were all backed up with receipts. I mean, she was literally a lefty landlord. Literally, these people had to keep in good graces with her, or all of their ability to live would be taken away. They were working insane hours and having to meet insane demands, while she is literally a business mogul who is a multi-millionaire at this point, who's, like, wringing every bit of cash she can out of these smaller content creators that she's employed.
Jesus.
It is fucking wild, okay? It is
She was
insane
his boss,
how much got
landlord,
revealed,
and he
the
rented her
receipts are all there.
car.
I've done videos on it
Oh,
already.
God.
However,
Yeah, I remember that.
Lance, in response to that video going up,
Disappointing.
I guess he didn't expect there to be as much attention around this drama as there ended up being. For those that don't know, Illuminati and Lance from the Surfs are friends. They appear on podcasts together. and they're like actual legit friends. And I should also mention, Illuminati has a very well documented history of manipulating and forcing her
Legit
content
friends.
creator friends into situations where they have to defend her. She'll blackmail them, she'll give ultimatums. She is a manipulator. She will force her content creator friends to defend her. I'm not saying it's
Ultimatums.
why Lance is defending her, but it is something that she does, and it doesn't matter why Lance is defending her. On this, he is. And he did that in the form of this video, which I think is pretty vile.
Yeah, that is wild.
Illuminati debunks the malicious claims from former Sad Milk
Jesus.
team. Her receipts are insane.
Are
There
they
were no
insane?
receipts on her end, and the video ended up being, well, as you can see by the lack of likes on the video, it's only got 400 likes. All the comments are negative, and it's from his fans.
Damn.
His fans were replying,
Burn.
dude, this is a big L, man. This is a big
Burn.
L. And so I decided, since I was covering the Illuminati stuff, and I'd seen that Lance, a prominent lefty figure who associates with her publicly and kind of acts as somebody who, admits her into the fold of lefty content creation sphere,
the fold.
and the fact that she also tries to put forward sort of a progressive veneer, I felt like that's worth calling out. She's literally a landlord who abuses her position as a landlord. She's actually more of a, lord, and
Oh
made
God.
Wonder live like a serf. Which is
God.
ironic considering his name is this, their username is the serfs, you know? I think it's ironic. Anyway, I ended up seeing yesterday. Sorry, I'm fast forwarding too much. Anyway, I ended up making a video in response to people in chat who are asking me, Zan, why don't you like Lance? Because I'd mentioned a few times when he get brought up,
I didn't even know she was calling herself a leftist till all this happened. Yeah. Same.
I really like his tweets, because I do
More or
like
less.
his tweets. His tweets are bangers. I really like his Twitter activity. It's just such a shame that he's kind of an asshole. And people were always like, Zan, why don't you like Lance? What happened? And I decided, you know what? I'm tired of people asking me this question. I'm going to make a video.
Yeah.
I'm just going to
Have you
make
made
a
it?
statement called Why I Don't Like the Serfs. I start the video where I spend, a good portion of the video talking about this Illuminati stuff. Granted, this was before even a lot of the receipts about this had come out.
Oh,
And
God.
so Lance didn't look quite as bad back then when I made that video as he does now, having defended Illuminati, to be fair. However, I make my video, and I also go over a recent debate he had with Tim Pool. And I went over
Okay.
a thread that Heem had posted on Twitter. It was Heem's reaction to the debate. And because I didn't want to play the full, fucking debate for, hours on end on stream, because we needed to wrap up.
This
I
is what
decided
I
to play
do.
through a thread that was
I
done,
do
a
that,
live-tweeted
those
thread with
sort of
clips
things.
of the debate with, highlights of it. Most of those highlight points did not make Lance look particularly good. He didn't
That
do the best
drama was
job
pretty
arguing for
horrible,
himself
huh?
there. Towards the end, though,
People must
he
have felt
actually did pull it
disappointed.
back around and did actually manage to make some good arguments.
People
And I
must have
actually
felt
rooted
mighty
for that.
disappointed.
I was like, "Come on, Lance, let's see you pull out a W." And then he did, and I was like, "Yeah, okay, we closed it off with Lance actually getting a W from this conversation." Anyway, I end up covering all of that and talking about it in my video, and a lot of people, even in my own audience, got mad at me, saying that I was just being petty and doing leftist infighting out of nowhere for no reason. And I was like, but I made the video in response to people asking me a question. This isn't me trying to do a hit piece on Lance, really. I guess I am.
I'm
calling out
going
the
to do
abuse
the hit
apologia, to be
piece
fair, but
on
this isn't
everyone.
meant to be a hit piece on Lance. It's called Why I Don't
I haven't
Like the Serfs.
I have not
and it
seen that
opens with
many
me
of her
answering an
video.
audience member's question.
I guess
I think that's I think I framed
the subject matter that she was engaging, it just didn't, what does she talk about? MLMs or something? That's not really something that I'm super interested in, videos about
it well enough to make it clear
multi-level
what this member's
marketing.
question.
That's not.
I think that's I
like
think I
whatever.
framed it well enough to make
So
it
I've
clear
never
it wasn't meant to
watched
be like
much of her
a
content.
attack on Lance's career.
Not really.
That said, though, Lance decided to respond.
Oh,
Now,
to
yesterday
you.
I saw this. Someone sent me this, that he was live streaming and that he was doing a segment called Why I Don't Like Xander Hall.
Oh, damn.
And
Okay, let's
apparently,
go.
That video,
Let's
Why I
go.
Don't Like Xander Hall, has now come out. And of course, the comments for the most part are pretty much defending him.
Someone gonna make a video called Why I Like Lucy. I feel like MLM is more of an American thing. No, they exist in Poland. They are a thing in Poland. You have Amway in Poland, Avon, and a few others. You have those in Poland as well. That is a thing in Poland.
Like, there are some people that are, like, getting mad
It's
at
just that videos about the MLMs are not of particular interest to me, you know? I know how they work. I know how they sort of, you know, get people in them. And from my perspective, there's not really much to say beyond that, you know? Yeah, MLMs have like international reach. MLMs go international.
him for doing drama. There are some people that are like, I'm not a big fan of Zan anymore, like this person. I used to be a big fan of Zan.
I guess takes one to know one or something like that. Yeah. It's pretty ironic.
He was
right.
actually my introduction to lefty YouTube, but he made the business decision to lean more into the drama sphere. Some people love the drama shit, but I think it's dumb. I don't dislike Zan or anything, but it's just not my cup of tea, and I think the drama should be beneath us. So, from everything I've heard about this video, Lance pretty much disregards
show us the
and
video.
ignores my criticism about his defense of Illuminati.
Show us the video.
He pretty much just slides that right aside and ignores
No
it.
well poisoning. Show us the video. Show us.
Yeah, and on top of that,
show us.
You'll notice that they're trying to pretend like the abuse that was suffered.
My mom actually did Avon for a bit as well. Just so you know. My mom did Avon for a bit as well. So I guess we're fellow Avon children, aren't we? Oh, hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Welcome back. We're doing the video about what's his face, Lance from the Serfs, talking about why he dislikes Sanderhall. But so far it's just a really long intro. In fact, the intro has gotten over half of the video. I want to see the meat and potatoes. I want to see the video. My bones are still on fire, though. It's gonna be okay. I want to see the video, Xanderhall. Show us.
I wonder.
Show
and the
us.
click by Illuminati, someone who is literally their landlord, who's like a multi-millionaire YouTuber who's massive.
God,
over
multi-millionaire.
Subs, like very successful.
Why can't
she's
I be
subs and growth now, obviously, but like they think.
Why can't I be a multi-millionaire trans streamer, YouTuber, or whatever? I'm actually pretty happy with how things are going for me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually in a pretty happy spot. A topic like this requires a lot of context though. Yeah, but what I'm worrying about is that it seems like it's almost all context and no video from Lance. Only socialists can be millionaires. He takes forever to get to the point. Do I take forever to get to the point? I try. Do I get to the point quick? Yes or no? Tell me, chatters. Do I get to the point quick, or or am I slow to get to the point?
Pulling out.
I sort of feel like I'm pretty quick to get to the point, but
clip of Wonder's video, but like one of the things that happened as well was
I would
Illuminati
like to believe
threw
I
away
do.
all of Wonder's like belongings, including his silver play button from YouTube. Just threw it away. So there's currently a fundraiser being run by Wonder's friends to raise money to get him a new silver play button because maliciously Illuminati threw it
Oh.
out and destroyed it. Just stuff like that. The most cruel, horrible shit.
Damn. Oh.
Listen, people want me to watch this video, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to be Lance coping for a while. I feel like I've given my
Coping.
position as well
I
as I
cope a
can,
lot.
but let's watch the video.
I cope a lot.
Let's see if
so...
he actually attempts to make an honest argument. Apparently, the reason he gave for why he didn't like me is he claimed that I dead-named Blair White. Oh yeah, that is true. I forgot about that. He did claim that I dead-named Blair White. I forgot about that. That was in a tweet, wasn't it?
No, I never said that. You can go back and roll the clips. What I said is that you looked up Blair White's dead name while streaming off screen. That's what I said. That was my.
Do you want to know what he actually... Okay, what he actually said was Xander Hall was looking...
Lance does have pretty cool music. The Xander Hall Lance beef, I don't know. It seems like a waste, to be honest. I don't know. It feels like a waste for them to beef, but
Blair White's dead name on stream.
they have
is
to
what he
figure
said,
it out. They should
which
figure it
is
out.
Implying heavily that I
They
was
should just talk to each other, not make stream segments about each other. They should just, call in and just talk it out, right? Or no? Or do you disagree? Shouldn't they just talk it out? Wouldn't that be best? Instead of this weird back and forth in the form of segments about one another. That's a bit strange, no? At least in my opinion. How did you look up a trans person dead name though? I don't know. Remember, this is more one broke the camel's back. Oh. Cavill should host a discussion like with Zan and Merrick. True. Cavill should talk to me. Cavill should talk to me.
showing chat her dead name. What actually happened was I was covering a mega turf who was referring to Blair by a name that I now know is just a term for all trans people. I think it was Tim is the term. Trans-identified male is the term. Kept
Oh
calling her
God, I
Tim
hate this
over
term.
and over again. I was like, why is this lady calling her Tim? What is this like her dead name or something? How, is that public? What's going on? And I was like, what? And I literally opened up a tab like to Google and check if that was the case. And I said, I probably shouldn't Google that. And then I didn't. I didn't even have it open on stream. So the serfs said I literally that I looked up Blair White's dead name on stream to imply that I brought it up on stream to show off her dead name, when in reality, I was responding to,
Context.
wait a second, why is Blair White being called this name? Is that a...
Oh God, so many
Is that
haters.
like a thing? So yeah, no. Essentially what he was saying was, Zan was saying her dead name, or showing off her dead name. The point was to indicate that I was doing something transphobic that I did not do. He lied, or at the very least was misled. Alright, I'm glad we're starting off well.
Accusation, yes.
And that
Gosh.
just didn't happen. So, like, I guess a made-up thing that he heard on Twitter about me, that he believed, I suppose. But yeah.
Okay, so made up thing that I heard on Twitter that I believe. All right, well, here's me learning about it on Twitter from you. Xanderhall. The thing I was responding to kept referring to Blair by a masculine name that wasn't hers, so I was like, are they dead naming Blair White? And I looked it up off screen to find out what was occurring.
And I didn't even look it up. And what the serfs actually said was, Zan showed Blair White's name on stream, or looked up Blair's dead name on stream, implying that I showed it. Also, how is that worth criticizing me for? That's like the...
I meant that maybe that's why Zan would have looked up Blair's dead name, because he was curious.
most, like, biggest reach for a criticism ever.
I don't really think that people's dead names are that... What's even the word? Interesting. Interesting is the word. Yeah, this does make sense. The Tim thing is so weird. Turfs are just the worst, you know? really. I mean, I don't think that's a surprise for you if I tell you that I despise turfs, right? Oh, got a little bit
So this
dizzy.
is the reason that he dislikes me? Is that I got confused at some random turf referring to Blair White by a weird name that literally ended up being...
Yeah,
Like, I googled Blair White
it
Tim
is
was what I
something.
googled, and I didn't even actually type it in. I typed it into the Google bar, and I said, I probably shouldn't Google that. And if I'd Googled it,
Right.
what probably would have came up was the like definition of the word Tim as a derogative term for trans people. So I didn't even actually. Oh God, he's so stupid. Oh no.
Not good.
Oh no, he's so
Not good,
stupid.
Moho.
So I was right. He just based his dislike of me on some shit he heard on Twitter. People keep extrapolating from this that you were wanting to dead name Blair White, and that is what Lance is implying. Well, that was the point, right? Like, that's the only actual thing
my
that
gosh.
anybody who read that would get from it, right? If Lance says Zan
they're not
like,
good.
Googled Blair White's dead name on stream, what are you going to assume happened if you don't know what actually happened?
I don't assume things.
Which I just described.
I don't assume things.
He's lying. At the very least by omission, but certainly by
I
implication.
never assume things.
Lance strikes me as a performatively nice person. Dude, I hate that we have to deal with, like, another person who's attempting to, like, slander me, but they're doing it in such a way that people actually fall for, like, the fake nice act. Kind of like when Noah Samson did it.
Like, they do it to me and I tell them my dead name, but they will continue to use whatever name they thought up. Oh. Why are they
At the end
funny,
of the day,
Moho?
I honestly don't care all that much about Lance dunking on me. Oh, he calls me Slander Hall here. One
I guess I did assume that. I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to do better, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I was on guard because it was during those days when Chad Logic fans would get into the chat and weirdly attack me. Especially two of them. Queenman and some other. I'm trying to do better. Okay, from now on, I don't assume anything. From now on, henceforward, from now on, I don't assume anything. We all need to cope from time to time. We all need to cope.
thing I will say is I find it funny that
Yeah, like that Hell Harmony person. Hell Harmony actually comes to the stream very regularly. But then again, Hell Harmony, they are worse than a Chad Logic fan. They are a Bad Empanada fan. So that's sort of worse than a Chad Logic fan, admittedly. It was recently. But they weren't a Chad Logic fan. They were they were worse. They were a Bad Empanada fan. Which admittedly is worse than like a Chad Logic fan. I was talking to this small ANCAP content creator and he couldn't even tell me how you decide something is a crime under their lawless system. I see. It was very recently, Jess.
people that dislike me use this term to describe me because the term
Yeah,
slander hall
worse.
actually originates
Worse.
from the lolicons, like the pedophile community on Twitter. The lolicons I would dunk on, who would make videos and they'd call them like slander hall videos where they would slander because they literally would joke about how they're slandering me and they would accuse me of stuff.
I mean, Chad Logic fans are sort of like just people that like watching drama content, right? Just people that tune in to for drama, since this is the sort of audience that Chad Logic caters to. And Bad Empanada caters to a audience of psycho fans that just will attack anyone that he orders them to, you know? Yeah, so like not every child logic is inherently a douche because there are just many people that are drawn to drama, right? And on the other hand, I would say that most, I'm not even gonna say all because it's never 100% true. Like, with Bad Empanada, it's honestly more like a cult of psycho fans, you know? And with Chad Logic, it's just more like people that are drawn to drama. That's it. Some of them are probably scummy, but some of them might, you know, simply not be. Simply just, as I said, wanna watch someone cover drama, and that's it. You know, and apart from that, they just go on and, you know, move on with their day and whatever, right? Yeah, Bad Empanada is significantly worse. Agreed. Agreed.
They actively would admit isn't true, like on Twitter, but in their videos they'd say it's true, so they call them slander hall videos.
Nice, thank you.
Shonehead actually did the same thing. I feel like, at this point, if somebody unironically uses the term slander hall in their video on me,
Slander hall.
we got him. There's no more need to continue.
That is such a weird... That is such a weird nickname, Slander Hall. I think Chad Logic used Slander Hall as well. I think Tom Foolery used Slander Hall. Yeah, I think these two definitely used Slander Hall. But then again, Chad Logic also used Xander Halleck or something, so... Did Lance use Slander Hall? That sounds a bit surprising, to be honest.
Important info, for some reason he spends a large part of this video upset that you said he's friends with Bad Bunny on stream, which I don't even think was in our video about him. Apparently he's not friends with Bad Bunny anymore. That's what I was told. I don't know how much time I spent talking about Bad Bunny in that video, but yeah, he was friends with Bad Bunny for quite a while, but apparently she blocked him and they had a falling out in private. But they were all this stuff was public for a long time and they were still friends, so I don't really think it applies much if they had a private falling out over something different. But yeah, what I'm actually more concerned about here, less so than him like reeing over me like not liking him, is the fact that I called him out. And the most important thing that I called him out for, this is the thing that I wanted him to respond to or acknowledge.
What did you call him out on?
Was his defense of Illuminati. He doesn't really respond to it, apparently.
What is on Lance's stream
Everybody's
layout?
been telling me about this video. But what he did do, according to people on Twitter, is take down the video right before he put out that stream.
I see.
Which doesn't surprise me, considering how like poor the reception was on it. This video is no longer up on the channel anymore.
Oh, damn.
At least according to people commenting on my Twitter.
Peepoo.
He took it down the morning of his live stream recording of what we're watching now. That's definitely a good thing, but he didn't upload like an apology video
it is?
to the people that were abused, that he did the abuse apologia for and called malicious.
The term slander hall is on his layout? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. Where is it? I don't see it. I know people say Bad Bunny changed her name to Kira just to escape that hate, but I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt that she did it because she wanted to grow, and having the username of an already existing person was hampering it. It was being covered by the coming up next. Oh, okay. Okay. Honestly, the only thing I know about Bad Bunny are all those horrible slurs she said, the bigoted things she said, and the the $5 thing. That's
Make
basically
like
it.
an outward
That's all I
statement
know.
or apologize for it, because it's clear that he doesn't actually care that he attacked abuse victims and defended an abuser who's his friend. He wanted to save face. He didn't want me to be able to bring up this video and play it on stream. Now the video is gone. I can't play the clips of Lance defending her and talking about how great she is and how much she's
From
owning
Destiny.
these allegations, because he took the video down.
They used to
But I
be
got
friends.
the thumbnail,
Oh,
and I got the title. And he can't get rid of that.
interesting.
Try responding to the actual issue, Lance. I know you'd want to turn this into petty streamer drama, because I did a little bit of my video just kind of having fun watching a recent debate you did, but that wasn't the point of the video. The point of the video is that you engaged in abuse apologia for your good content creator friend who is very large and very influential online, but is currently
Don't get me
hemorrhaging
wrong, I still
subs
think
because she is so
BB is
unanimously
awful,
been exposed
right?
as an abuser. You should probably reconsider all that, and if you have, then consider making it public that you have.
Okay. I'm gonna finish reacting. We're gonna play a bit more Warcraft, and I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen, okay? I think I'm gonna sleep because I'm getting really tired. And then, actually, tomorrow, I'm gonna do a very early stream. You know, I'm gonna do a very early stream. And we're gonna do a very long hour stream tomorrow. I have a plan. If you believe she's fake and has no principles, oh. I think we're gonna do a long stream tomorrow. I have a plan about tomorrow's stream. Intellectual property depends. Really depends. Some intellectual property, like it's difficult. On one hand, intellectual property sucks because it really hampers sharing certain content and, you know, like spreading it around, making it well known. On the other hand, there's some artists that sort of rely on it, I guess, to have any money from what they do. Alright. I'm gonna sleep a bit. I'm gonna do an early stream tomorrow, if that's okay. Like, I do think the public domain should be protected more, but when it comes to certain inventions and things like maps, it's okay, people want to profit off it. I mean, like songs and things. Right. Oh, wait, we're still gonna play a bit more Warcraft. Don't say goodnight yet, unless you're going to bed already. We're going to play a bit of Warcraft. We're gonna see. I'm gonna play a little bit of Warcraft before I go to bed. I guess too far. Oh, Dark Vision is just... Okay, never mind. That's funny. Goro Neskredar Gatoru. All of this game is voiced by one guy. Which is funny. Well done, voice actor. Well done. Well played. Luke, will call your command.
Your command, Master.
Okay, there are quite a few things I need to... Okay, we're gonna try to attack and we're gonna see how that works. Goru, Nastra, Gargadolu, Barband. I don't know. On one hand, Xander Hall is right about the criticism of lands about Illuminati, but on the other hand, it seems such a waste, this whole thing, you know? Unfortunately. Unfortunately, it does sound like a gigantic waste, this whole thing, you know what I mean? It feels like such a waste. Does that make sense? Why did they move backwards instead of moving forwards and shooting? My god, the pathing in this game is so abysmally bad. This is a joke. God. Yes, I don't know. I've wasted units. I think they should just talk it out face to face. You know? They should just talk out their differences or something. Because there are better things to do than the Lance Xanderhall beef thing. I believe so. I believe that to be the case. Please trust me when I say so. Please trust my knowledge on the powers of love. Right. I think he said he did it in the past video. I'm gonna be honest. The reviving of the dead spell compared to healing just sucks. Okay, I'm gonna finish it for today. And so good night. Thank you all for coming. with songs. I think it's kind of weird that you have like songs from the 50s that are still copyrighted. Yeah, I think so. Okay, thank you for coming. Love and solidarity. Tomorrow we're gonna have a much longer stream. We're gonna do a lot of things. I have things planned out. Good night. I'm gonna write here love and solidarity. And here love and solidarity. Sort of made it a thing to write it on the both chats. It's like a little thing. Okay, press end.